Well, hello everybody. How's it going? Are we having fun yet? Hope you all been enjoying Shizzy's little playthrough there. Yeah, some of our old stuff. So I forgot about some of that stuff. I just have to tune out when I hear my own voice because I still can't really stand it. So Cynthia has not popped back in yet, but yeah. Anyway, Laura Thomas, Debbie Webb, Sir Frank Otter. Thank you all for being here, and whoever else is hanging out in the wings. Yeah, so I figured that we'd just go through and do this goofy little story that we had started doing. What was it? I think 2 weeks ago now. But we can just hang out here for a couple minutes, see if anybody else shows up. Oops. Oh, sorry. Get my mic here. Has everybody been having a good weekend? It's been good to have the rerun. Yeah. Yeah, they're, like I said, I forget about some of those. But we were talking about that the other day. And it's kind of funny that the best thing that I get out of it is making Diva laugh because she's just so funny. I mean, she's a great reader, and I just love giving her digs because it's so funny to make her laugh. I just love the way she laughs. It's hilarious. But when the original crew isn't there, when everybody isn't there, I mean, we've had yeah, I'm not really the original crew, but, you know, Welsh Lady Reads has been on there, and now we've got Miss Nocturna and some other people that will show up. Caitlin's been on there. But when the original core group, somebody's missing, it just feels off. It's just not the same. Especially if Diva isn't there. And then it just turns into a sausage fest, and, I mean, let's just be honest, some of the shit we read, it just gets kind of awkward. So. But anyway, other than that, everybody been having a good weekend? Let's see here. We left off. All right, so where we left off last time in this was Frito being told that he was going to be the ring bearer, and Dildo telling him, "You've won the booby prize for getting to be the ring bearer." Yeah. And then we still do need to finish up that other ghost story. I just didn't feel like recording and going through and doing all that. I just kind of wanted to read. Not have to worry about it. I do that sometimes. I kind of do my own thing. T-Rex! Where have you been? You need to stop hanging out at those truck stop glory holes, man. They're going to get you into trouble one day. Rabbit! No, you're not late. You're fine. You don't ever have to apologize for anything, so you don't worry about that. I don't know what else is going on tonight. Really hadn't paid attention. Actually, I got all fat and happy. I sat down and ate and ended up dozing off and almost didn't hear my first alarm. So, yeah. Don't forget all the spicy comments. Yeah. Yeah, and then if you could, yeah, as always, that like, subscribe, and share. That always helps. We'll see where this goes. I've just been busy with some other projects, so I haven't really, 3D life. Other things kind of take priority sometimes. So, I know there are a lot of you that like to listen to me read for whatever reason. I can't help you with that. But anyway, so, but, you know, other things take priority. You all know that. Shit happens. Dragons always add spice. Yeah. And it was, and I made that comment the other night. That's all I cared about. I finally got to become a green dragon. I don't care. And then I got another little treat for you. Shizzy had made up that song. Some of you might be aware of it. And so I just went through and I just threw something together real quick. It'll probably get changed around, but I have that in there now as my outro. So when we get ready to wrap it up tonight, just hang around if you want to listen to that song again. And I'll probably change it up as far as for the video of it or whatever, but it was just something that I threw together real quick for it. But I thought that was a pretty cool song. So yeah, so Shizzy sent that to me. So that'll become part of our thing now. But yeah. So if everybody's ready, you got your drinks or whatever, then we can, you guys go ahead and talk amongst yourselves as per usual. I'm going to be more busy reading, so I won't necessarily be paying as much attention to chat. I'll try and take a break if and when I feel the need to, or at the end of a chapter, and catch up on what you guys are talking about. Otherwise, just harass yourselves. I don't care. You are one of those people that have that voice. Well, thank you, Debbie. I don't hear it, but, you know. Yeah, it's like I said before, it's become easier when I listen on playbacks or whatever, but in the very beginning, and I had to cut out watching those Shizzy reruns when I would come up to reading, because I just can't listen to myself. Oh, you will always be my special dragon. Well, thank you, Rabbit. You are definitely one of a kind and very special yourself. So. Yeah. You were one of the ones that bugged me about doing this from the very beginning. So, yeah, this is your fault as well. So everyone here can blame Rabbit. This is Iron Rabbit's fault as well. I believe Laura Thomas deserves some blame, if I remember correctly, from the beginning. So, and I will gladly blame Rabbit. Yeah. All right. So I figured, I don't know, I was just in kind of a weird little mood. So we might try some voices tonight. Just for the heck of it. I don't know why. I was going to try and read this whole thing straight-legged, but I think it'll just depend on how I'm feeling and where we're going with it. Yeah. Let's see here. I will gladly share the blame. All right, Rabbit. Okay, so tell you a story. All right, so remember, this is how we think that Tolkien really wanted this story to be. This is such a goofy story. And again, we left off where Fredo has taken on the ring. He's won the booby prize. So, starting out for what will be our chapter 2, I think.
If I were thee,
said Goodgolf.
I would start on thy journey soon.
Frito looked up absently from his rutabaga tea. For half a groat, you can be me, Goodgolf. I don't remember volunteering for this ring business.
This is not the time for idle banter,
said the wizard, pulling a rabbit from his battered hat.
Dildo left days ago and awaits you in Rivendell, as will I. There the fate of the ring will be decided by all the peoples of lower Middle-earth.
Frito pretended to be engrossed in his cup as Spam entered from the dining room and began tidying up the whole, packing up the last of Dildo's belongings for storage. "Lo, Master Frito," he rasped, pulling a greasy forelock. "Just getting the rest of the stuff together for you. Your uncle what mysteriously disappeared without a trace. Strange business that, eh?" Seeing that no explanation was forthcoming, the faithful servant shuffled off into Dildo's bedroom. Goodgolf, hastily retrieving his rabbit, who was being loudly sick on the carpet, resumed speaking.
Are you sure he can be trusted?
Frito smiled. Of course. Spam's been my friend since we were weanlings at obedience school together.
And he knows nothing of the ring?
Nothing, said Frito. I'm sure of it. Goodgolf looked dubiously toward the closed door of the bedroom.
You still have it, don't you?
Frito nodded and fished out the chain of paper clips that secured it to his Tattersall bowling shirt.
Then be careful with it,
said Goodgolf,
for it has many strange powers.
Like turning my pocket grain? Asked the young Boki, turning the small circlet in his stubby fingers. Fearfully he stared at it, as he had done so many times in the past few days. It was made of bright metal, and was encrusted with strange devices and inscriptions. Around the inner surface was written something in a language unknown to Frito. I can't make out the words, said Frito.
No, you cannot,
said Goodgolf.
They are Elvish, in the tongue of Fodor. A rough translation is, this ring, no other, is made by the elves, who'd pawn their own mother to grab it themselves. Ruler, creeper, mortal, and scallop. This is a sleeper that packs quite a wallop. The power almighty rests in this lone ring. The power almighty for doing your own thing. If broken or busted, it cannot be remade. If found, send to Sorehead. The postage is prepaid. Shake store it isn't, said Frito, hurriedly putting the ring back in his shirt pocket. But a dire warning nonetheless, said Goodgolf. Even now, Sorehead's tools are abroad sniffing for this ring, and the time grows short before they can smell it here. It is the time to set off for Rivendell.
The old magician stood, walked to the bedroom door, and opened it with a jerk. With a heavy crash, Spam fell forward, ear first, his pockets full of Dildo's best mithril plate tablespoons.
And this will be your faithful companion.
As Goodgolf passed into the bedroom, Spam grinned sheepishly at Frito with a long-eared stupidity that Frito had learned to love, futilely, trying to hide the spoons in his pockets. Ignoring Spam, Frito called fearfully after the wizard. But there are still so many preparations I must make. My bags.
Have no worry,
said Goodgolf as he held out 2 valises.
I took the precaution of packing them for you.
The night was as clear as Elfstone, sparkling with star points as Frito gathered his party in the pasture outside the town. In addition to Spam were the twin brothers, Moxie and Pepsi Dingleberry, both of whom were noisome and easily expendable. They were frisking happily in the meadow. Frito called them to attention, wondering vaguely why Good Golf had saddled him with two tail-wagging idiots that no one in the town could trust with a burnt-out match. "Let's go," cried Moxie. "Yes, let's," added Pepsi, who promptly took one step, fell directly flat on his head, and managed to bloody his nose. "Ich," laughed Moxie. "Double ich," wailed Pepsi. Frito rolled his eyes heavenward. It was going to be a long epic. Gaining their wandering attention, Frito inspected his companions and their kits. As he had feared, his orders had been forgotten, and everyone had brought the potato salad. Everyone except Spam, who had stuffed his knapsack with sleazy novels and Dildo's tablespoons. Teresa must have paid him a visit. At last they set off, following Good Golf's instructions along the yellow brick Intershire turnpath toward Wee, the longest leg of their journey to Rivendell. The wizard had told them to travel at night unseen along the side of the path, to keep their ear to the ground, their eyes peeled, and their noses clean, the last directive weighing rather heavily on Pepsi under the circumstances. For a while they walked along in silence, each lost in what passed in boogies for thought. But Frito was especially troubled as he considered the long travels ahead of him. Though his companions frisked gaily along, playfully kicking and tripping at each other, his heart was heavy with dread. Remembering happier times, he hummed and then sang an ancient dwarf song he had learned from the knee of his Uncle Dildo, a song whose maker had lived before the dawn of lower Middle-earth. I'm not going to sing it, but it's hi-ho, hi-ho. The sky in the east was changing from black to pearl gray as the four bogies, weary and sneezing their heads off, stopped their march and camped for the day's rest in a clump of dog willows many steps from the unprotected turnpath. The fatigued travelers stretched out on the sheltered ground and made a long bogey snack from Frito's store dwarf loaf, bogey brewed ale, and breaded veal cutlets. Then, groaning softly under the weight of their stomachs, all dropped quickly off to sleep, each dreaming their private bogey dreams, most of them having to do with veal cutlets. Frito awoke with a start. It was dusk now, and a sick feeling in his stomach made him scan the path from between the branches with terror. Through the leaves, he saw a dark, shadowy bulk in the distance. It moved slowly and carefully along the rise of the path, looking like a tall black rider on some huge and bloated beast. Outlined against the setting sun, Frito held his breath as the ominous figure's red eyes searched the land. Once Frito thought the fiery coals had looked right through him, but they blinked myopically and passed on. The ponderous mount, which appeared to Frito's startled eyes to be an immense, grossly overfed pig the size of a house, snuffled and snorted in the wet earth to root out some scent of them. The others awoke and froze with terror as they watched. The evil hunter goaded his mount, emitted one great and sour fart, and passed on. He had not seen them. The bogies waited until the distant grunting of the beast had long quieted before anyone spoke. Frito turned to his companions, who were well hidden in their food sacks, and whispered, "It's all right. It's gone." Doubtfully, Spam emerged. "Bless me if they didn't frighten the plum out of my codpiece," laughed Spam weakly. "Most queer and disturbing." "Queer and disturbing," came a chorus of voices from the other sacks. "And even more disturbing if I keep on hearing an echo every time I open my chops." Spam kicked the sacks, each of which yelped, but showed no sign of disgorging its contents. "Grouchy he is," said one. Grouchy and mean," said the other. "I wonder," said Frito, "what and who was that terrible creature?" Spam cast his eyes downward and scratched his chins guiltily. "I'm guessing it's one of the folks that Fatlip told me to remember to be warning you about, Mr. Frito." Frito looked at him inquiringly. "Well," said Spam, pulling his forelock and licking Frito's toes in apology. Toe liquor. "As I recollect now, the old lip was telling me just before we left."
"And don't be forgetting," he said to me, "to tell Master Frito that some smelly stranger with red eyes was asking for him." "Stranger?"
"Oh, that's the other one. Stranger," says I.
"Aye," says he. "And when I keeps mum, the fiend up and hisses at me and twirls in black mustache, curses the foul thing, says, 'Filed again.' And then he waves his belly at me and jumps on his pig and hightails it for the Bag Eye, a-shouting something very much like, 'Hi-ho, slimy.' Very strange."
"Very strange," I says. I guess I was a bit slow to tell you, Master Frito." "Well," said Frito, "there's no time to worry now. I'm not sure, but I wouldn't be surprised if there's something connecting between that stranger and this foul searcher." Frito knitted his brows, but as usual, dropped a stitch. "In any case," he said, "it's no longer safe to follow the turn path to Wee. We'll have to take the shortcut through the Evelyn Wood." "The Evelyn Wood?" chorused the grub sacks. "But Master Frito," said Spam, they say that place is haunted." "That may be true," said Frito quietly. "But if we stay here, we're all blue plate specials for sure." Frito and Spam hastily decanted the twins with heavy kicks, and the company policed the remaining fragments of cutlets from the area, spicing out the leftovers with a number of sawbugs. When all was ready, they set out, the twins emitting high-pitched cheep-cheeps in the not altogether vein of hoping to pass themselves off in the dark as migrating cockroaches. Due west, they tramped, doggedly locating every possible opportunity for falling flat on their muzzles, pressing on so that they might reach the safety of the wood before the next sunrise. Frito had calculated that they had traveled over 2 leagues in as many days. Not bad for bogies, but still not fast enough. They had to take the wood in stride in order to be at Wee by the next day. Silently they walked, save for a slight whimpering from Pepsi. The silly nits bloodied his pug again, thought Frito, and Moxie's getting cranky. But as the long night passed, and the east brightened, the flat ground gave way to hummocks, hillocks, and buttocks of spongy soft earth, the color of calves' brains. As the company stumbled on, the underbrush changed to saplings, and then to huge, irritable-looking trees, blasted and scorched by wind, weather, and arthritis. Soon they were swallowed up from the daylight, and the new night covered them like a rank locker room towel. Those are stinky. Many years before, It had been a happy, pleasant forest of well-pruned pussy willows, spruces, and natty pines, the frolicking place of drone moles and slightly rabid chipmunks. But now the trees had grown old, clotted with sneeze mold and toe mold, and the Natalie wood had become the crotchety old Evelyn wood. "We should be in Wee by morning," said Frito as they paused for a light snack of potato salad. But the malevolent susurrus in the trees over the small company bade them not tarry there long. They quickly moved on, careful to avoid the occasional barrage of droppings that fell from unseen yet annoyed tenants in the branches above. After several hours of mucking about, the bogies fell exhausted to the ground. The ground was unfamiliar to Frito, and he had long since muddled his sense of direction. "We should have been out of these woods by now," he said wordily. "I think we're lost." Spam looked at his rapier-sharp toenails in dejection, but then brightened. "That may be true, Master Frito," he said, "but don't be worrying about it. Somebody else was here, and only a few hours ago, by the look of the camp, and they was gobbling tater salad just like us." Frito studied these telltale clues with care. There's a group of geniuses right here. It was true. Someone had been there only a few hours before, lunching on bogey grub. "Perhaps we can follow their trail and find the way out of here." And, tired as they were, they pushed on again. On and on they trod, vainly calling after the folks whose evidence of passage lay after them. A scrap of breaded veal cutlet, a sleazy bogey novel, one of Dildo's tablespoons. What a coincidence, Frito thought. But no bogies. They did come across a large rabbit with a cheap pocket watch who was pursued by some nut of a girl, another kid being viciously mugged by 3 furious grizzlies. "We'd better not get involved in that," Frito said wisely. And a deserted and fly-bespecked gingerbread bungalow with a "To Let" sign on the marzipan door. But no clue as to a way out. Limp with fatigue, the 4 finally dropped in their tracks. It was already late afternoon in the gloomy woods, and they could go no further without a snooze. As if lulled by a potion, the hairy little beggars curled up in furry balls and, one by one, conked off under the protective boughs of a huge quivering tree. Sam did not at first realize he was awake. He felt something soft and rubbery pull at his clothes, but he thought it was a longing dream of those reptilian pleasures he had so recently enjoyed back in the sty. But now he was certain he heard a distinct sucking sound and a tearing of cloth. His eyes popped open to see himself stark naked and bound head and paw by the fleshy roots of the tree. Screaming his fool head off, he awoke his fellows, likewise hogtied and stripped clean by the writhing plant, which was giving off a distinct cooing noise. The strange tree hummed to itself, ever tightening its hold, as the bogies watched with revulsion. The crooning tossed salad dipped down the orangey lip-like flowers with its tips. The bulbous pods drew nearer, making a revolting smacking and smooching sound as they began to fasten themselves to their helpless bodies. Locked in a foul embrace, the bogies would soon be hickied to death. Summoning their last strength, they all cried for help. "Help!" they cried. Oh, help me. Oh my God.
This story is ridiculous.
But no one answered. The fat orange blossoms ranged over the helpless fat bogey bodies, squirming and moaning with desire. A bloated blossom fastened to Spam's bogey belly and began its relentless sucking motion. He felt his flesh draw upon the center of the flower, and then, as Spam looked on in horror, the petals released with a resounding pop, leaving a dark, malignant wheal where the horrid pucker had been. Spam, powerless to save himself or his companions, watched terrified as the now panting sepals prepared to administer their final deadly soul kiss. But just as the long red stamen descended to its unspeakable task, Spam thought he heard the snatch of a lilting song not far in the distance, and growing louder. It was a muddled, drowsy voice that sang words that were not words to Spam's ears.
Dude, toke a lid, smoke a lid, pop the mescal on ya, stash the hash, gonna crash, make mine Mithridino. Hop a hill, pop a pill, for old Tim Benzadrina.
Though mad with fear, all strained to the rising melody sung by someone who sounded like he had terminal mumps.
Like snorting, sporting, speeding through the arbor. Like pushing till folk you burn tossed you back in the harbor. Screeching like a dying loon. Zooming like the thrush. Follow me and very soon your mind will turn to mush. Higher than the nowhere birds growing in there. We'll open up a sandal shop where everyone will share. Flower folk are springing up, weaving bead and boot. And if you down me, you can stick a flower up your snoot. To love and peace, man, and brotherhood, we all snort a toast. And if heat is on again, we'll all split to the coast.
Suddenly, a brightly colored figure burst through the foliage, swathed in a long mantle of hair the consistency of much chewed Turkish taffy. It was something like a man, but not so much. It stood 6 feet tall, but could not have weighed more than 35 pounds, dirt included. Well, heroin will do that. Standing with his long arms dangling almost to the ground, the singer's body was covered with a pattern of startling hues, ranging from schizoid red to psychopathic azure. Around his pipe stem neck hung a dozen strands of beaded charms, and from the center, an amulet imprinted with the elf rune, Kelvinator. Through the oily snaggle of his hair stared 2 huge eyeballs that bulged from their sockets, so bloodshot that they appeared more like 2 baseballs of very lean bacon.
Oh, wow,
said the creature, assaying the situation quickly, then half loping, half rolling to the foot of the murderous tree. He sat on his meatless haunches and peered at it with his colorless, saucer-like irises. He chanted an incantation that sounded to Frito like a hacking cough.
Totally uncool bush. Unloose this passel of fury cast you hassle. Though by speed my brain's destroyed, I'm not half this paranoid. So cease this bummer down the freak out, man. Let caps and joint cause brains to leak out. These cats are groovy here among us, so leave 'em be, you uptight fungus.
This is so weird. Thus speaking, the withered apparition raised his spidery hand in a 2-fingered V sign and uttered the eldritch spell.
Like Tim Benzadrine. Hash boo Valvoline. Clean, clean, clean for Jane. First, second, neutral park. Hide thee hence, you leafy narc.
The towering plant shriveled, and the coils fell from its victims like yesterday's macaroni. They sprang free with joyful yelps. As they watched with fascination, the great green menace whimpered like a nursling and sucked its own pistols with ill temper. The bogies retrieved their garments, and Frito sighed with relief to find the ring still firmly bow-stitched to his pocket. "Oh, thank you," they all squealed, wagging their tails. "Thank you. Thank you." But their savior said nothing. As if unaware of their presence, he stiffened like the tree and gasped, "Ugh!" While his pupils opened and closed like nervous umbrellas, his knees buckled and unbuckled, then buckled again, and he fell to the mossy earth in a ball of frantically thrashing hair. He foamed to the mouth and screamed, Dude, God, get 'em off me, man. They're all over the place, and green." He slapped at his hair and body hysterically. Frito blinked with astonishment and grabbed his ring, but did not put it on. Spam, stooping over the prostrate freak, smiled and offered his hand. "Begging your leave," he said. "Can you tell us where—" Oh no, look at all of them, all over the place. Keep them away from me." "Keep who away?" said Moxie politely. "Excuse me." "Them!" screamed the stricken stranger, pointing to his own head. He then sprang to his horny feet and ran directly at the trunk of a hickory tree, and, charging full tilt with his head lowered, butted it a mighty lick, and, before the startled eyes of the bogies, passed out cold. Frito filled his narrow-brimmed hat with clear water from a nearby trickle and approached him. But the stunned figure opened his marbled eyes and gave another high-pitched scream. "Oh, dude, no water." Yeah, because water's bad. Frito jumped back with fright, and the skinny creature wobbled to his feet and knuckles. "But thanks loads anyhow, man," said the stranger. "The rush always affects me like that." Offering a filthy hand, the odd-speaking stranger smiled a toothless grin. "Dude, Tim Benzedrine, at your service." Frito and the rest solemnly introduced themselves, all still casting a worried eye toward the kissing plant, which was sticking out its stamen at them. "Oh, don't worry about him, man," wheezed Tim. "He's just sulking. You cats new around here?" Frito guardedly told him that they were on their way to Wee, but had become lost. "Can you tell us how to find our way there?" Sure," laughed Tim. "Dude, that's easy. But let's split to my pad first. I want you to meet my chick, man. Her name's Hashberry." Whatever. The bogies agreed, before their stores of potato salad were gone. Gathering their packs, they cautiously followed after the wild, zigzagging Benzedrine, who occasionally halted to trap with a likely-looking rock or stump, giving them time to catch up. What? Oh, rap, sorry, everyone. Who occasionally halted to rap with a likely-looking rock or stump, giving them time to catch up. As they circled through the menacing trees aimlessly, Tim Benzedrine's throat croaked merrily. "Oh, slender as a speeding freak, spaced out and groovy tripper. Oh, mushed-brained maid whose mind decays with every pill I slip her. Ballstorm. Oh, mind-blown fair for in a head, friend of birds and beetles. Oh, skinny wraith whose fingernails are hypodermic needles. A tangled lock and painted pod, pupils big as eggs. Oh, flower maid who's never bathed or even shaved her legs. Oh, softened mind that wanders wherever moon above leads. Oh, how I dig thee, Hashberry. From nose to sleazy love beads. Oh my God. Jesus. A few moments later, they broke into a clearing on a low hill. There, a ramshackled, hovel-shaped like rubber boot with a little chimney that emitted a thick fog of sick-looking green smoke. "Oh, wow," squeaked Tim. "Dude, she's home." Led by Tim, the company approached the unprepossessing little hut. A flashing white light blinked from its only window, at the top. As they stepped over the threshold, littered with cigarette papers, broken pipes, and burnt-out brain cells, Tim called, "I've got 4 with me to crash, man, so now's the time to pass the stash." From the smoky depths answered the voice in return. "Then celebrate to take a toke, to make us giggle, gag, and choke." At first, Frito saw nothing amid the iridescent wallpaper and strobe candles, but what appeared to be a heap of filthy cleaning rags. But then the piles spoke again. "Hither come and suck a pipe. Turn thy brains to cheese and tripe." And then, as the bogies squinted their smarting eyes, the heap stirred, sat up, and revealed itself to be an incredibly emaciated, hollow-eyed female. She looked at them for a second, muttered like, "Agua," and fell forward in a catatonic stupor with a rattle of beads. "Dude, don't let hash bug you," said Tim. "Tuesday's her day to crash, man." Somewhat bewildered by the acrid fumes and the flashing candles, the bogies sat cross-legged on a grimy mattress and asked politely for some grub. As they had journeyed far, and were about to devour the ticking. "What? Eats, man," chuckled Tim, rummaging through a handmade leather pouch. "Just hang loose, dude, and I'll find something for you. Dude, let me see. Oh, wow. Didn't know we had any of that left." Clumsily, he scooped out the contents and set them in a bent hubcap before them. They were among the most dubious-looking mushrooms Spam had ever seen, and rather rudely he said so. "These are among the most dubious-looking mushrooms I've ever seen," he stated. Nevertheless, there were few things in lower Middle-earth Spam hadn't idly nibbled and lived to tell about. So he dived in, stuffing himself loudly. They were of an odd color and odor, but they tasted okay, if a little on the moldy side. And after that, the bogies were offered round candies with little letters cleverly printed on them. "Dude, they melt in your brain and not in your hands," giggled Tim. Bloated to critical mass, the contented bogies relaxed as Hashberry played a melody on something that looked like a pregnant hand loom. Mellowed by the repast, Spam was particularly pleased when Tim offered him some of his own special mix for his nosepipe. An odd flavor, thought Spam, but nice. "You got about half an hour," said Tim. "Want a rap, dude?" "Rap?" said Spam. "Yeah, man, like talk with your mouth," replied Tim as he lit his own pipe. A large converted milk separator laden with valves and dials. "You cure 'cause the heat's on, man." "In a manner of speaking," said Frito judiciously, "we've got this here ring of power and, oh..." Frito caught himself, but too late. He could not unsay it now. "Oh, groovy," said Tim. "Dude, totally let me see it." Reluctantly, Frito handed over the ring. "Dude, that's pretty cheap stuff, man," said Tim, tossing it back. "Even the junk I pawn off on the dwarves is better." "You sell rings?" asked Moxie. "Sure, man," said Tim.
I got a sandal and magic charm shop for the tourist season. Keeps me in stash for winter months, you know. You know what I mean, man.
There might not be many of us left to visit the woods, said Frito quietly, if Sorehead's plans are not foiled. Will you join us? Tim shook his hair.
Nah, don't bug me, man. I'm a conscientious objector, dude. Don't want no more war, man. Came here to dodge draft, see? Some cat wants to kick the shit out of me. I say groovy. And I give him a flower and love beads, man. Love, I say, to him. No more war. Anyway, I said I was 4F.
The story. No more guts, growled Spam under his breath to Moxie.
No, dude, I got guts, said Tim, pointing to his temple. Just like no more brains, man.
Frito smiled diplomatically, but was suddenly stricken by a severe stomachache. His eyes began to roll, and he felt very lightheaded, probably a touch of banshee two-step. He thought as his ears started to ring like a dwarf's cash register. His tongue felt thick, and his tail began to vibrate. Turning to Spam, he wished to ask if he felt it too. said Frito. But it did not matter, for he saw that Spam had oddly taken out into his own head to change himself into a large pink dragon wearing a three-piece suit and a straw boater. What did you say, Master Frito? Asked the natty lizard with Spam's voice.
Fluggerfriebel,
said Frito dreamily, thinking it strange that Spam was wearing a boater hat in late autumn. Glancing at the twins, Frito noted that they had changed into matching candy-striped coffee pots, perking away like mad. I don't feel too well, said one. I feel sick, clarified the other. Tim, now rather handsome 6-foot carrot, laughed loudly and changed into a coiled parking meter. Frito, dizzy as a great wave of oatmeal flowed through his brain, grew heedless of the puddle of drool collecting at his lap. There was a noiseless explosion between his ears, and he watched with terror as the room began stretching and pulsating like silly putty in heat. Frito's ears began to grow, and his arms changed into badminton rackets. The floor developed holes out of which poured fanged peanut butter brittle. A score of polka-dot cockroaches danced and bucked and winged on his stomach. A Swiss cheese waltz. What? Oh, a Swiss cheese waltzed. I can't even make sense of this shit anymore. A Swiss cheese waltzed him twice around the room, and his nose fell off. God damn.
Those some good shrooms, dude.
Frito opened his mouth to speak, and a flock of flying earworms escaped. His gallbladder sang an aria and did a little tap dance on his appendix. He began to lose consciousness, but before it ebbed completely, he heard a 6-foot waffle iron giggle.
Dude, if you dig it now, just wait till the rush hits you.
Oh my God. This is where we'll begin, like fucking chapter 3 or some shit. Wow.
Dude, that totally made me high. All right, man, we're going to take a break here for a minute. All right.
Holy crap. All right, let me go back. Take a little drink here. There's a lot of stuff going on there in a short period of time. Yeah, it's like they were hanging out at Meth Mountain or something. All right. Who have I missed? Who have I scared off? Let's see, Rabbit. My side hurts. I'm crying from. Oh, where did I? Oh, wait a minute. You'll always be my special dragon. Okay, so that was where I left off with Rabbit. So let's see. Oh, Laura Thomas. Thank you, Iron Rabbit. I will gladly share the blame. I don't know if you want to do that. love the voices. Your sides hurt. Okay. Well, I'm glad it's working for you. I need what author. Yeah. So these are one of those stories that comes from the Harvard Lampoon. I think this has been done like a couple of times. I think the original one was done back in like the 60s or something. Oh my God, he's doing the voices, but damn, too funny, my son. Yeah. In 87, Debbie Webb, in 87, this would have made total sense to me. Let's see. Gutter's Pub. Hey, you. Gutter's Pub. All that moaning that you hear in our story times, by the way, is not only the fault of Gutter's Pub, but several others, because they like to hear it. I don't know why. They're very weird people. I was normal at one time. And then, well, I met all of you. And now I'm not. And now I sit here and argue with myself. Can you start over? I missed the warm-up. No, I am not starting that over. No. No. I'm sorry you missed out, but yeah. I am not starting that over. Now, wait a minute. I don't have my... Sounded like I just took a drop of acid. Yeah, no shit, right? Yeah, wow. I haven't even hit anything, and that... Wow. Oh, moaning. Wiggle, wiggle. Yeah. Wiggle, 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 wiggle. Yeah, yeah, I'm not going to do the hemorrhoid hump like what the expert has on there. Now you are normal. Yeah. What is normal? That is very true. That is very true. Okay, so if anybody wants to go get something to drink or go to the bathroom or whatever, you probably go ahead and do that. We'll probably just take a break here for a couple minutes and drink some stuff here. I don't know how long we're going to go. It all depends on how long you guys want to go. Because we can go all night long. No, not really. Well, let's see. Oh, we've only been doing this for an hour. Oh, okay. God, really? That seemed like a long-ass trip. Yeah, apparently it's only been an hour. Oh, God, this night's going to be long. Okay. Bio break. Return soon. Okay, yeah. Go ahead and... yeah. I bet never thought you'd have a... No, I never thought I'd have a... I never had intended on doing... That's what this whole thing started out with. And it was just by a happen chance because I was bored that one night. And I think I've told this story before. And it was over on Web Sleuths. And it was a Saturday. And they happened to be doing what they call their woo-woo Saturday night. So they like do ghost stories. And this was... I don't know. Sometime last August or, July, whatever it was anyway. I was bored. And so they were just like, oh, tell us, some, if you have a ghost story or something weird that you could, and so I was like, okay, whatever. So I get up there and I just tell this, it's really a nothing story. And it was just apparently the way that I was telling it or whatever, and everybody in there was like, oh my God, oh, you're so great. Oh, you should read stories. So, so they invited me to come back, and I actually read a couple of stories. I think I did I did a Civil War ghost story. And then I think it was a Telltale Heart. Yeah. and I think something else. Anyway, they were like, "Oh my god, oh, you still need to start a YouTube channel. You just sound so glorious." I'm like, I don't know what the hell you people are hearing. All I hear is me, and it irritates the shit out of me. And my wife, my wife doesn't even listen to my stuff. And so, like, when I started doing like these other voices, like I'm not Alan Rickman. She's like, yeah, now you just sound like a foreign asshole that I don't want to listen to. So, but yeah. Anyway, so, Laura Thomas. Oh, okay, yeah. So Laura was there, yeah. And so she, along with Trish and Insightful One, were like, "Oh, you gotta do a channel. You gotta start reading stories or whatever." So I was like, all right. I wasn't sure what I was gonna do, and so that's what I started doing, and it just kind of went from there. And here we are now. So we've just been, just now over a year. Because I think our first upload was like the 25th of August, I think. The 25th or 26th. Anyway, so we've just been a little over a year. So, yeah. So, again, this is all your fault. I take no responsibility for any of this. Much like how shit tends to go sideways on Sunday Night Spice with Shizzy. In the very beginning, especially, that was all the chat's fault, because we would ask you what kind of stories you wanted from AI. And now we get books from you people. So, yeah, it's all your fault. Yes, we were all jealous of your wife. Yeah, don't be. So, it kind of goes with that saying of the grass is always greener. No, it's not. She just tolerates me very well. Yeah. Anyway. Yeah, I'm an idiot. All right. D. Robertson. Yeah. Hello. I'm glad you popped in. So again, thanks everybody for being here, and we'll get back to our other chapter here, and carry on with our dildo buggins and bogies and the nose drools and whatever. Oh, I what? Oh, you what? What were you doing? Thank you. Yeah, Rabbit. I don't think it's so much as sharing as in shoving, throwing, pushing nearly off the ledge of a building. Here, take him. He's yours. I don't want to hear him anymore. Oh, I've been the whole time. Yeah. So, I think let me finish off some of this coffee here, and we can just kind of BS with each other. That's what I said. Taking care of grandkids, hard to get in chat. Oh, that's all right. You can just sit there and listen. It's mainly at this point, except for when we take these breaks, because like I said, I'm reading and busy coming up with the other voices that are constantly screaming in my head, and not really paying attention to chat until I take a break. So most of it is y'all just bullshitting with yourselves. But yeah, it'd be interesting to see. So I've seen several of you over there at Shizzy's with the replays, and we were talking about that earlier. And I forgot about some of those. Some of those are funny, and I love, especially when I mean, all of them. I mean, any of the voices that Diva does, or when Ballstorm does his Bill Cosby and his Preacher Man. And then, of course, Kaiser's Elmo. That thing just kills me. Elmo and Gollum, like the one he did last week. Oh my, Elmo and Gollum together. Yeah. Now I have a better understanding of Gollum. It makes it easier when I can hear the other voice. Some of them were so cringy, but still funny. Yeah, I know. Some of them were very cringy. AI was really weird. And those ones in the very beginning, that was strictly just like, as many of you saw, we would just make them up right there, ask chat or whatever, and just let AI roll it out right there. And then once later on, when Shizzy started getting the idea, the basis from AI of what the story was going to be or what we were going to do. And of course, he tried to send out homework sometimes, and I just don't do homework, so that didn't work out. So all of our reads are cold reads, to the best of my knowledge. I don't study, so. But he started manipulating them and kind of rewriting them, because AI has a tendency to use certain words over and over and over again. So he would have it write it up in the later ones, and then kind of go through and redo it. And then that's when we would come up with our, 10 chapter or 12 chapter, whatever it was. We're trying to keep it down to that 2-hour time limit because we didn't want people to start getting too bored and burned out. And we figured 2 hours is right about the right time before people are like, okay, I'm bored of you now, screw off. And then we started reading some other stuff. And then Teresa, the writer chick, sent in her stuff. So we started reading some of her stories. And then, of course, we did Steve Gosney's book, too. Damn, how do you focus on one voice? I have many. Yeah. But anyway, yeah. So some of the earlier ones especially were some of them were rough to get through. Some of them were rough to get through. But anyway. Probably enough of my writer chick is a good writer. Yeah. Yeah, and that's part of the reason why I agreed to it, because, we've had other perverts, like Gutter's Pub, for instance, who have wanted me to actually try and legitimately read stuff like Harlequin novels or Danielle Steele or something like that. And there's no way that I could sit down straight-faced and try and sell that shit. My perpetual 13-year-old self would not allow that to happen at all. Not going to happen. So that's part of the reason why we do it. And she likes it. I think it threw Steve for a little bit of a curveball, actually, when we did his story, or his book. I don't think that he thought that we were going to have that take on it. Little did he know. So, yeah, unless you're prepared for something like that, then you probably don't want us to read your stories. We're all 13 and 16 at heart. Yeah. Yeah. That's the problem. Yep. But that's what makes it fun, too. And like we said before, it's kind of why I'm doing that tonight. I don't know what else is going on, and I just kind of had a wild hair at my ass this morning, and I thought, I'm working on some of my other projects, and I kind of reached a point where I was like, I just don't want to dink around with that right now. I just kind of felt like reading. And I didn't really, I know we need to finish up that other ghost story, like I was saying before, but I didn't feel like sitting here and reading, and then when I screw up or something doesn't sound right or whatever, have to stop and cut it out, go back, edit it out, reread that section over again and record. I just didn't feel like sitting down and actually recording anything. I mean, people can go back and watch this on the live replay or whatever. That's fine, but I didn't just feel like recording anything. I felt like just reading. Quit telling our secrets. Yeah, I don't think that's a secret for the vast majority of the crew that hangs out with, in particular, expert Shizzy or myself. Yeah. Because we just like to have fun with this shit. This is, like we said before, kind of the end of the week, beginning of before the Monday crap hits. Just getting to sit back and relax and have some fun. We don't need no drama around here. We just want to have fun. This is a trip down memory lane. What do you mean, Rabbit? Oh, D. Robertson. Oh, I went back up. So the kids think you're crazy because they can't hear. Oh, so what? You got your earbuds in? Oh, I got you, Rabbit. Okay, yeah. Growing up in the 60s, yeah. Dude's sitting there having a conversation, all of a sudden they just nod off. And then 5 minutes later they wake up and just carry the conversation right off from where they were. Yeah, I've seen that a lot. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Everyone does that. The kids are a little young for the story. Yeah. Yeah. Most of my story, well, not all of them. Well, you have to put that down on there. So like when I do the uploads for it, and I'm sure some of you already know that, they will ask you in there, is this made for kids, blah, blah, blah. Well, if I say yes, I'm going to get dinged because either just what I say in there, what the story's about or what have you. But the other thing too is then we don't get any comments. You guys can't leave comments or anything of that nature, yada, yada, yada. None of my stuff is ever for kids. I personally think that would fall under common sense, which isn't necessarily so common anymore. But, it is what it is. It is definitely more of an adult material. Or conversation. Oh, you're welcome, Laura. All right, so I think I've probably been sitting here BSing long enough. So, I'm a kid in my second childhood. Yeah. All right. So let's get back to, hold on just a second here. All right. So, and here's the other thing that I wanted to check with you too, because I don't have that on because it would just drive me nuts. With the crackling fire, is it still, it looks like it is on the level indicator to me. So when I'm speaking, does it still fade out and then slowly fade back in? Because I had something come up that had told me that, certain things aren't working since you used it last, blah, blah, blah. Okay. All right. Yep, it's good. Cool. Okay. So this will be our chapter 3. Let's see. Now again, it's been a long time since I read, so I'm not sure who. Okay. The golden brightness of the late morning was already warming the grass when Frito finally awoke, his head sore afflicted and his mouth tasting like the bottom of a birdcage. Looking about, every joint aching, he saw that he and his 3 still slumbering companions were at the very edge of the wood, and before them was the 4-lane wagon rut that would lead them directly to Wee. There were no signs of Tim Benzedrine. Frito mused that the events of the previous night might have been the idle dream of a bogey whose tummy writhed full of spoiled potato salad. They really got a thing for potato salad. They call me Tater Salad. Then his bloodshot eyes saw the small paper bag resting next to his knapsack with a scrawled note attached. Curiously, Frito read it. Dear Freetoad. Oh, I should do. Dear Freetoad. Too bad you crapped out so soon last night, man. Missed some groovy trips. Hope the ring thing works out alright. Peace, Tim. P.S. Here's some out-of-sight stash which I'm laying on you guys. Must sign off as rush is coming on. Frito peeked inside the dirty paper sack, and saw a number of colored candy beans, much like the ones they had eaten the night before. Odd, thought Frito, but they may prove useful. Who knows? Thus, after an hour or so of cajoling his fellows to their senses, Frito and the party tramped off toward Wee, rapping about much of their adventure the previous evening. Wee was the chief village of Weeland, a small and swampy region populated mostly by star-nosed moles and folks who wished that they were somewhere else. The village enjoyed a brief popularity when, through a surveyor's fortuitous hiccup, the 4-lane Intershire turnpath was mistakenly built right through the center of the pathetic little dwarf. Then, for a time, the populace lived high off the hog, from the proceeds of illegal speed traps, parking violations, and an occasional bald-faced hijacking. A small tourist influx from the sty led to the construction of cheap diners, flimsy souvenir stands, and prefabricated historical landmarks. But the growing cloud of troubles from the east abruptly ended such trade as there was. Instead, a trickle of refugees came from the eastern lands, bearing few belongings and even fewer smarts. Not ones to miss an opportunity, the men and bogies of Wee labored together in harmony, selling the heavenly accented immigrant shorter names and interests in perpetual motion machines. Wow. They also supplemented their purses by hawking black market visas to the sty to the few unfortunates who were not familiar with the place. The men of Wee were stooped, squat, splay-toed, and stupid. Heavily ridged over the eyes and prone to rather poor posture, they were often mistaken for Neanderthals, a common confusion that the latter deeply resented. Slow to anger or pretty much anything else, they lived peacefully with their bogey neighbors, who were themselves tickled pink to find somebody farther down the evolutionary scale. Together, the two people now lived on the few farthings they made off the wetbacks and the doles, a common fruit shaped like your pancreas and about as appetizing. Okay. The village of Wee had some 6 dozen small houses, most of them built of wax paper and discarded cork. They were arranged in a sort of circle inside the protecting moat, whose stench alone could drop a dragon at 100 paces. Pinching their nostrils, the company crossed the creek drawbridge and read the sign at the gate. Welcome to quaint historical Wee. Population 1,004. Crossed out. 388. Crossed out. 96. And still growing. 2 sleepy-eyed guards bestirred themselves just long enough to relieve the prostrating spam of his remaining tablespoons. Frito surrendered half of his magic beans, which the guards munched with speculation. The bogies beat it before they took effect, and, per Goodgulf's instructions, headed for the orange and green flashing sign at the center of town. There they found a gaudy plexiglass and chrome inn, whose blinking sign portrayed a boar, rampant and devoured by a mouth-drooling... What? Wait a minute. Holy crap. None of that made sense to me. Whose blinking sign portrayed a boar, rampant. Devoured by a mouth-drooling what? Oh, whatever. Sometimes when this stuff gets... I did not type this up, so sometimes when this stuff gets transferred over on some of these stories, shit gets missed. Yeah, that doesn't make any sense. Beneath it was the name of the inn, the Good Eats and Lodging. Passing through the revolving door, the party signaled the bell clerk, whose name tag read, Hi, I'm Ho... Oh my god. Hi, I'm Hojo Hominy Grits. Like the rest of the staff, he was costumed as a suckling pig with false sow's ears, tail, and papier-mâché snout. Howdy, drawled the fat bogey. Y'all want a room? Y'all want a room? That sounds better. It ain't too bright. Yes, said Frito, stealing a glance at his companions. We're just in town for a little vacation, aren't we, boys? Yeah, vacation, said Moxie, winking at Frito broadly. Just a little vacation, added Pepsi, nodding his head like an idiot. Y'all sign here, please, said the clerk through his fake snout. Excuse me. Frito took the quill chained to the desk and wrote the name Alias Undercover, Ivan Got a Secret, John Doe Smith, and I'm a Pseudonym. Y'all got any bags, Mr. Undercover? Only under my eyes, mumbled Frito, turning toward the dining room. Well, chuckled the clerk, just leave them there sacks and I'll ring up the bellhop. Okay, get my sling blade when you go to sleep. Fine, said Frito, hurrying away. Now, y'all gonna have a good time now, yeah? The clerk called after them. And if y'all want anything, just ring. Out of earshot, Frito turned wordly towards Spam. You don't think he knows anything, he whispered, do you? No, Master Frito, said Spam, massaging his stomach. Let's grab some grub. The four entered the dining room and sat at a booth near the roaring propane fireplace that eternally roasted a large cement boar on a motorized spit. The soft notes of a badly played music eddied through the crowded room as the ravenous bogey studied the menu, which was ingeniously shaped like a sow giving birth. As Frito considered an Uncle Piggy's oink oink burger on a bun, flambéed in purest linseed oil. Spam hungrily ogled the scantily clad piglets, who served as waitresses, each buxom wench also outfitted in fake tail, ears, and snout. One of the piglets sidled up to the table for their order as Spam greedily took stock of her big red eyes, crooked blonde wig, and hairy legs. "You slobs want to order yet?" asked the piglet as she teetered uncomfortably on her spiked heels. 2 Oink Oink burgers and 2 Bow Wow specials, please," answered Frito respectfully. "You want something to drink with that, sir?" Just 4 Orca-Colas, thank you." "Gotcha." As the waitress lurched off, wobbling on her heels and tripping over her long black scabbard. Yeah, nobody knows they got the ring. Frito surveyed the crowd for anyone suspicious. A few bogies, some swarthy-looking men, and a drunken troll passed out in the corner. The usual. Relieved, Frito allowed his 3 companions to mix with the others, warning them to keep their lips buttoned about the you-know-what. The waitress returned with Frito's burger as Spam traded some pointless anecdotes with a pair of leprechauns in the corner, and the twins entertained some seedy-looking gremlins with their cunning pantomime. The old cripple and his daughters, a surefire hit in the sty. As growing numbers roared with mirth at their obscene posturings, Frito munched his tasteless burger thoughtfully, wondering what the Great Ring's fate would be when they reached Rivendell and Goodgulf. Suddenly, Frito's grinders jammed against a small hard object in the burger. Cursing under his breath, Frito reached into his throbbing mouth and extracted a tiny metal cylinder. Unscrewing the top, he removed a tiny strip of microvellum on which he made out the words, "Beware, you are in great danger. You are embarked on a long journey. You will soon meet a Tark. A Tark? What the f... You will soon meet a doll. Oh my god, now he's going to meet a doll. Fuck, I can't read. You will soon meet a tall, dark ranger. You weigh exactly 59 pounds. God, this is dumb. Frito drew in his breath with fright, and his eyes soured at the thought of the sender's message. As they came to rest on a tall, dark ranger seated at the counter, a double root beer untouched before him. The lean figure was dressed entirely in gray, and his eyes were hidden by a black mask. Across his chest were crossed bandoliers of silver bullets, and a pearl-handled crossbow dangled ominously from one lean hip. As if feeling Frito's eyes upon him, he turned slowly on his stool and met them, putting a gloved finger to his lips for secrecy. He then pointed toward the door of the men's room and held out 5 fingers. 5 minutes. Yeah. If that's not a glory hole setup. He pointed toward Frito and then to himself. By this time, half the patrons had turned to watch, and, thinking it was a game of charades, were encouraging him with shouts of "famous sayings" and "sounds like." The young bogey pretended to take no heed of the stranger and reread the note. "Danger," it said. Frito stared thoughtfully into the sediment of fish hooks and the frothy head of ground glass on his Orca-Cola. Making sure no one was watching, he cautiously took the glass over to the large potted palm nearby, which accepted it and placed it carefully on the floor. His suspicions now fully aroused, Frito edged from the booth, careful not to disturb the decorative listening tube placed in the center of the plastic floral arrangement. Without being seen, he went into the little bogey's room. there to await the dark stranger. Because that always turns out good. After he had been waiting for a few minutes, several patrons using the facilities began to eye Frito cautiously as he leaned against a tiled tiled wall, whistling, his hands in his pockets. To allay their fears and further inquiry, Frito turned to the vending machine that hung on the wall. Well, he said in a staged whisper. Just what I've been looking for. He then proceeded with elaborate carelessness to work the machine with the change in his farthing purse. 15 bird whistles, 8 compasses, 6 miniature lighters, and 4 packs of nasty little rubber novelties later, a mysterious knocking was heard at the door. Finally, one of the patrons, hidden by a stall, yelled, "For crying out loud, somebody get that SOB in!" The door swung open, and the masked visage of the dark stranger appeared and beckoned Frito around the corner. I don't know who to do for this guy. Whatever. It'll come to me later on. "I have a message for you, Mr. Bugger," said the stranger. Frito's burger rose at the sound of his true name. But I think you are mistaken, senor." "Oh, but I think you are mistaken, senor," began Frito lamely. "I'm very sorry, but my honorable name is not..." And that's how they got it written. "This message is from Good Gulf the Wizard," said the stranger. "If the name by which thee calls thyself, or answers to the title of Frito Bugger..." "I are," said Frito, confused and frightened. "Excuse me, I keep burping." "And thee has the ring." Maybe I do, maybe I don't," countered Frito, stalling for time. The stranger lifted Frito by his narrow lapels. "And you have the ring?" "Yes, already," squealed Frito. "So I've got it, so sue me." "Be not afraid, allay thy fears, quail not, and hold thy horses," laughed the man. "I'm a friend of thee." "And you have a message to me from Good Gulf," gulped Frito, feeling his burger settling a bit. The tall one unzipped his... Whoa. The tall one unzipped a secret compartment and a saddlebag on his shoulder, and handed Frito a slip which read, 3 shorts, 4 pair socks, 2 shirts, chainmail, and heavy starch. Impatiently, the stranger snatched the ancient gag from the bogey's paw and replaced it with a folded parchment. Frito's glance at the Macmillan seals and Good Gulf's X-runes imprinted in hardened bubblegum verified the sender. Hurriedly, he tore it open, saving the gum for spam. For later. I read that wrong. Hurriedly, he tore it open, saving the gum for spam. For later. With difficulty, he deciphered the familiar Palmer method characters they read.
"Frito, lad, the halberd has fallen. The fumets have hit the windmill. Sawhead's nostrils have gotten wind of our little dodge, and are beating the bush for 4 buggers. One with a pink tail. Doesn't take any abacus to figure out somebody's spilled the gruel. Get out of where you are fast. And don't let you-know-what. No, and don't lose you-know-what. I'll try to meet you at Wingtip. If not, look me up in Rivendell. In any case, don't take any oaken tuppences. And don't mind Stomper. He's a good egg. Utbay, utne, utte, itbray. If you know what I mean. Must close and let something on the Bunsen burner. Good Gulf. Good Gulf. Sorry. Oh, P.S. How do you like the new stationery? Picked it up for a plachette at Ham Bones Depot.
Ham Bones Depot, Jesus. All right, whatever. Once again, Frito's Oink Oink Burger rose to the occasion, fighting down its untimely reappearance. Frito gasped. Then we're not safe here. Have no fear, lowly bogey, said Stomper, for I, Arrowroot of Arrowshirt, am with thee. Goodgulf must have spoken of me in the letter. I have many names. I'm sure you do, Mr. Arrowshirt. Frito broke in, panicking. But it's mud, and then some if we don't get out of here. I think somebody in this cheap joint wants my scalp, and not for a lanolin massage either. Returning to the booth, Frito found the three bogies still feeding their faces, ignoring the masked stranger. Spam grinned greasily at Frito. Been a-wondering where you'd gone, he said. Want a bite of my bow wow? Frito's Oink Oink sought reparations with Spam's bow wow, but he fought it back and made room for Stomper's long knocked knees under the table. The bogies looked at Stomper with torpid disinterest. I didn't think it would be time for trick-or-treat season this soon, said Spam. Hey, Halloween's right around the corner. Frito stayed Stomper's wrathful hand. Listen, he said quickly. This is Stomper, a friend of Goodgulf's and a friend of ours. And I have many names, began Stomper. And he's got many names, but we don't have time for that now. Frito felt a great hulk looming behind him. You jerks want to pay now? Rasped a voice hidden beneath a mass of blonde hair and a paper spout. Snout. Spout, whatever. Sure, said Frito. Now your tip would be, Suddenly, Frito felt a strong clawed hand reach into his pocket. Don't bother, bub, snarled the voice. I'll just ring this up. Ha ha! With a shrill scream, Frito saw the wig fall from the head of the false piglet, revealing the burning red eyes and foul grin of a nose drool. As if hypnotized, Frito stared at the huge wraith's slavering leer, noticing that each tooth had been sharpened to a razor point. Hate to have his dental bill, he thought. Frito looked around for help as the giant fiend lifted him and rifled his pockets, searching for the great ring. Come on, the monster growled impatiently. Let's have it. 8 other huge waitresses closed in, each flashing a menacing set of well-honed choppers. Cruelly, they held down the 3 bogies with fear. Of Stomper, there was nothing to be seen, save a pair of spurred heels shivering under the table. Okay, little chipmunk, give it up, hissed the evil one. Wait, which one? Drawing his huge black mace. I said... Ow! Cried the nose drool in pain, simultaneously letting go of Frito and jumping straight up in the air. From below the table rose a sharp barbed blade. Stomper leapt up. Oh, dragon breath. Gilthropel. I have no idea what the hell that is. He yodeled, waving his cleaver about like a madman. He lunged at the nearest wraith with his unwielding sword. Banzai! He screamed. No quarter asked or given. Damn the torpedoes! Taking a vicious swipe, Stomper missed his mark by a good yard and tripped on his scabbard. The 9 stared at the writhing, foaming maniac with round red eyes. The sight of Stomper filled them with awe. They stood speechless. Suddenly, one of the stunned creatures began to titter, then chuckle. Another guffawed. 2 more joined in, chortling loudly, and finally all 9 were in the throes of hysterical, side-aching laughter. Stomper, puffing and enraged, stood up and tripped on his cape, spilling his silver bullets all over the floor. The whole dining room roared with unbelievable hilarity. 2 nose drolls collapsed to the ground, helplessly giggling. Others staggered about, great red tears rolling down their scaly cheeks, gasping for air and incapable of holding their maces. Stomper got to his feet, his face beat red with anger. He lifted his sword, and the blade fell off the handle. The chortling continued. The nose drill rolled and writhed on the ground, clutching their ribs. Stomper, replacing the blade, took a mighty swing and firmly embedded the point in the cement pig. At this point, seeing that no one was paying any attention to him, Frito picked up one of the heavy discarded maces and calmly proceeded to beat some heads in. Moxie, Spam, and Pepsi followed his example and went amongst the gibbering wraiths, administering random kicks to the groins and to their breast baskets. Finally, the deranged arrowroot accidentally cut the pulley ropes on the main room's chandelier, simultaneously fixing the wagons of the semi-conscious wraiths directly below and plunging the room into total darkness. The bogies dashed blindly for the door, dragging Stomper after them through the temporary blackout. Bobbing and weaving past the glowing eyes, they escaped and ran breathlessly back down the back alleys and past the snoring guards until they crossed the drawbridge and hit the open ground. As Frito ran on, he felt the curious eyes of the villagers upon him and his frantic companions. Frito hoped that they would not inform the stools, the little shits of Sorehead, that they would not inform the tools of Sorehead. They are the tools of Sorehead. Thankfully, he saw that they took little notice of them, and went about their evening chores, lighting signal fires and releasing carrier pigeons. Once outside the town, Stomper led them into a thick hedge and bade them to be small and quiet, lest they be seen by Sorehead's agents, who would soon revive and mount the hunt. The party was still panting when sharp-eared Arrowroot adjusted the volume on his hearing aid and laid his head to the ground. "Hark and lo," he whispered. "Oh, hark and lo," he whispered. "I do hear the sounds of 9 riders galloping, nigh the road in full battle array." A few minutes later, a dispirited brace of steers ambled awkwardly past, but to give Stomper his due, they did carry some rather lethal-looking antlers. Horns, you mean. Whatever. "The foul nose drools have bewitched my ears." Yeah, that's what it was, mumbled Stomper as he apologetically replaced his batteries. But it is safe to proceed nonetheless. It was at that moment that the thundering hooves of the dreaded pig riders echoed along the road. Just in time, the company drove back to cover, and the vengeful searchers sped past. When the clanking of armor dwindled in the distance, 5 heads reappeared above the bushes, their teeth chattering like cheap maracas. "Oh, 'twas a near thing," said Spam. "Came nigh to a spoil in my pantaloons." The party chose to push onward. Towards Wingtip before the sun rose. The moon was swathed in a shawl of heavy cloud as they traveled to the lofty peak, a lone finger of granite near the southern base of the legendary Hart's Mountains, scaled by few save an occasional winged gutter snipe. Stomper walked along in the cool night breeze without speaking, silent, except for the faint jingling of his zinc-plated spurs. The twins were fascinated with the pearl-handled sword which he called Krona. Conqueror of dozens, Moxie sidled up to the lean-mast. Oh, I missed the comma. With the pearl-handled sword he called Krona, Conqueror of dozens. Moxie sidled up to the lean-mast man. "That's a neat tote sticker you got there, Mr. Arrowshirt," he said with an as said the inquisitive bogey.
Aye, said Stomper, quickening his pace a bit. Doesn't look like the regular issue.
Must be a special model, huh, mister?
Aye,
replied this tall man, dilating his nostrils slightly with annoyance. Quick as a pack rat, Moxie snatched the weapon from his holster. Okay if I take a look? Stomper, without batting an eye, let fly with a hand-tooled boot that sent the young bogey bouncing like a what? I don't know, some kind of a fucking ball. Nay, nay, snapped Stomper, retrieving his blade. I don't think he meant to be rude, Mr. Arrowshirt, said Frito, helping Moxie to his archless feet. There followed an embarrassed silence. Spam, whose knowledge of warfare was limited to childhood torturing of the family pullets, Jesus, nevertheless began to sing a snatch of song he had once learned. I won't sing it, but I'll read it. Barbasol was Tudor's king, whose foes his mighty blade did sting, till one day it got all rusted, and left Sorehead's party all busted. Then to the bogey's surprise, a fat tear fell from Stomper's eyes, and his voice sobbed in the darkness. Thus gloried Tudor came to nothing. Out of the king was beat the stuffing, and thus we lived in fear of Fordor, till Crona's back in working order. Ugh. Maybe I won't read them. The bogies gasped and looked at their companion as if for the first time. With recognition, they recognized the legendary weak chin and buck teeth of Barbasol's descendant. Then you must be the rightful king of Tudor, cried Frito. The tall ranger looked at them impassively. These things you may be affirmed, he said, but I don't wish to make a statement at this time, for there is another, often forgot verse to this sad and doleful song. Against the true king Sorehead's working, so play your cards close to your jerkin, for fortune strums a mournful tune, for those whose campaigns peak too soon. Watching the newly revealed ruler trudge in his lowly garb, the young Frito again thoughtfully pondered long on the many ironies of life. As the sun's brim broke on the fast far horizon. Wait, what? Where the fuck am I coming up with these words? As the sun's rim broke on the far horizon, its first tentative rays illuminated Wingtip. After an hour of strenuous climbing, they reached the top and rested gratefully on the flat granite apex, while Stomper scrounged around for some sign of good golf. Nosing about a large gray rock, Stomper stopped and called to Frito. Frito looked at the stone and discerned the crude skull and bones etched into the surface, and with his X-rune of the old wizard. Good golf has passed this way recently, said Stomper, and unless I read these runes wrong, he means this place as a secure camp for us. Nevertheless, Frito bedded down with a nagging misgiving, but he reminded himself. What? Okay. But he reminded himself he is king and all. The bridge across the Galwine and the way to Rivendell were only a short distance. There they would be safe from the marauding swine riders. Sleep was now long overdue, and he sighed with pleasure as he curled up under a low shelf of stone. Soon he was falling fast asleep, lulled by the soft, snuffling noises and clanking of armor below. Awake! Awake! Fiends, foes, flee!
Someone was whispering, waking Frito from his dreams. Stomper's hand jostled him roughly. Obeying him, Frito peered down the slope and made out 9 black forms inching stealthily up the mountain toward their hiding place. "It seemeth that I read the signs wrong," muttered the perplexed guide. "Soon they will be upon us unless we divert their wrath." "How?" asked Pepsi. "Yes, how?" joined in Guess Who. Stomper looked at the bogies. "One of the party must stay behind to delay them while we dash for the bridge." "But who?" "Never fear," said Stomper quickly. "I have here in my gauntlet 4 lots, and 3 that are long, and 1 that is short for him we will throw, or for he who will have his name emblazoned in the pantheon of heroes." "4?" said Spam. "What about you?" The ranger straightened with great dignity. "I? Surely," he said, "you would not wish me an unfair advantage, seeing that I was the one who made the lots." Mollified, the bogies drew the pipe cleaners. Spam drew the short one. 2 out of 3, he whined. But his friends had already disappeared over the lip of the peak and were racing down fast as they could, panting and puffing. A fat troll rolled from Frito's eyes. He would miss Spam. Spam looked down the opposite slope and saw the dismounted nose drools picking their way toward him quickly. Crouching behind a rock, he screamed courageously at them. "If I were ye," he called, "I'd not come any closer. Ye'll be sorry if you do." Unheeding, the fierce knights drew nearer. "You're really gonna get it?" yelled Spam rather unconvincingly. Still, the riders grew nearer, and Spam lost his nerve. Taking out his white handkerchief, he waved it about and pointed toward his retreating friends. "Don't waste your time with me," he cried. "The one with the ring is running that way." Hearing this from below, Frito winced and pumped his fat legs harder. Stomper's long and gimpy shanks had already brought him across the bridge and onto the other side of safety, the neutral territory of the elves. Frito looked behind him. He wouldn't make it in time. Stomper watched the deadly race from the cover of some briars on the bank of the stream. "Run thee faster," he called helpfully, "for the evil ones are right behind you." Then he hid his eyes. The rumble of pigs' feet grew louder and louder in Frito's ears, as he could hear the lethal swish of their horrible nose drool basically their baseball bats. They're nose drool sluggers. Oh my God. He made a last desperate burst of speed, but tripped and skidded to a stop only a few feet from the border. Cackling with evil amusement, the 9 surrounded Frito. Their squinted red eyes. Their squinted-eyed steeds grunting for Frito's blood. "Blood," they grunted. God damn, this is so dumb. Frito looked up, terrified, and saw that as they closed their way to the ring, he was only an arm's length from death. The leader of the pack, a tall, beefy wraith with chrome-plated greaves, laughed savagely and raised his mace. Filthy rodent. Now is the time for fun." Frito cowered. "Maybe it is. Oh, no, they were... Oh, yeah, I missed that one. Yeah, they were doing the Vero DeMilo voice. "Filthy rodent. Now is the time for fun." I lose track of my voices. Frito cowered. "It is, and maybe it isn't," he said, pulling his favorite bluff. "Ah!" screamed the impatient nose drool, who, by coincidence, happened to be named Arg. "Come on, let's cream this little creep." The boss said take his ring and croak him right there. Frito's mind raced. He decided to play his last card. Well, that's sure enough fine with me, because you... What? Oh my god, they got all these weird little... Because you sure don't want to do a bad thing to poor little me. Excuse me, said Frito, bugging his eyes out and rolling them like a ball bearing. Ah, chortled another writer. What can you think of that's worse than what we're gonna do with you? The fiends drew closer to hear the terrible fear Frito harbored in his breast. The bogey whistled and pretended to play the banjo. He then sang a verse of Old Man River as he ambled back and forth on shuffling feet, scratched his woolly head, and danced a cakewalk while picking watermelon seeds from his ears, all with a natural rhythm. He sure can dance, muttered one of the riders. Sure gonna die, screamed another, thistling for Frito's throat. Oh, thirsting. Thistling. What the fuck was that? Thirsting for Frito's throat. I sure don't want to die, drawled Frito. You can't do anything to little old me. Oh, wait a minute. No, you can do anything to little old me, so long as you please. Please don't drown me in the river. Or throw me down the pole briar patch. Oh, Jesus. All right. At all this, the sadistic riders snickered. If this is what you're scared... Oh. If this is what you're scared of most, bellowed a voice full of malice, then that's what we'll do to you, you little prick. Frito felt himself lifted by a horny black hand and flung far over the gowwine and into the scrubby brush on the other side. Gleefully, he stood up and fished out the ring, making sure it still hung on his chain. But the crafty riders were not long deceived by Frito's ruse. They spurred their drooling swine to the bridge, intent on recapturing the bogey and his precious ring. But as Frito saw with surprise, the Black Nine were halted at the foot of the crossing by a figure robed in shining raiment. Who's this? Okay. Toll, please, commanded the figure of the startled riders. The pursuers were again dumbfounded when they were directed to a hastily lettered sign tacked on a support. Elfborough Municipal Toll Bridge. Single wayfare, 1 farthing. Double-axled Haywins, 2 farthings. Black Riders, 45 gold pieces. Let us cross, snapped an angry nose drool. Certainly, replied the attendant pleasantly. Now let's see, there's 9 of you. At 45 apiece, that makes 405 beans exactly, please. In cash. Hurriedly, the nose drools searched their saddlebags as their leader cursed angrily and shook his slugger with frustration. Listen, he stormed. What kind of dough do you think we make anyhow? Ain't there some sort of discount for civil servants? I'm sorry, smiled the attendant. How about a wayfarer's letter of credit? They're as good as bullion anywhere. Sorry, this is a bridge, not a counting house, replied the figure impassively. Personal checks? It's backed up by the treasure room of Fordor. No money, no crossy, friend. The nose drools quivered with rage, but turned their mounts around and prepared to ride off. Before they left, however, the leader shook a snarled fist. This ain't the end of it, punk. You'll hear from us again. Oh my God. Saying this, the 9 spurred their farting porkers and sped away in a great cloud of dust and dung. Observing this near impossible escape from certain death,
Frito wondered how much longer the authors were going to get away with such stupidity. He wasn't the only one, you know. Yeah, no shit. These people were high. Stomper and the other bogies ran to Frito, extending their congratulations on his escape. They then drew close to the mysterious figure who approached and, spying Stomper among them, raised his hand in greeting and sang, "Oh, NASA! Oh, UCLA! Oh, Antonian Chardrul! What? Oh, Escrow! Barium Pandit! Pandit J. Natru... Oh, Jesus. I don't know. He was spouting some weird shit. Stomper raised his hand and answered, Chantilly Billy Rubin. They met and embraced, exchanging... If I can't say it, I'm just going to make shit up, guys. Some of this shit just... You know. Exchanging words of friendship and giving the secret handshake. The bogies studied the stranger with interest. He introduced himself as Garfinkel of the Elves. Garfinkel. Hello, darkness, my old friend. When he had shed himself of his robes, the bogies reared with curiosity his ring-encrusted hands, his open-collared banlawn tunic, and his silver beech clogs. Thought you would have been here days ago, said the balding elf. Any trouble along the way? I could write a book, said Frito prophetically. Well, said Garfinkel, we'd better make tracks before those B-movie heavies return. They may be stupid, but they can sure be persistent. So, any news? Muttered Frito, who found himself muttering more and more lately. The elf looked doubtfully at the bogies. You guys know how to ride. Without waiting for an answer, he whistled loudly through his gold teeth. A clump of high-sedged... What? Okay. A clump of high-sedged, rustled, and severely overweight merino sheep bounded into view, bleating irritably. Well, they might be sheep, but Valhalla's got to be nearby somewhere. Mount up, said Garfinkel. Frito, more or less athwart and uncompromising... What the Frito, more or less athwart and unpromisingly undulating, rode last in the procession away from the Galwine toward Rivendell. Oh my God. We need a break. He slipped his hand into his pocket and found the ring and took it out in the fading light. Already it was beginning to work its slow change upon him, the transformation of which Dildo had warned. He was constipated. Not too much of that heroin, that's probably what it was. All right, Jesus balls. All right, we're gonna... all right, I'm gonna scroll back as far as I can. How many people have I scared off now? All right, we're gonna take a break for a little bit. Go pee, get something to drink. I need a drink. All right. Yep, it's good. Yes. Okay, there we are. Beat it. Hold on just a second. I gotta mute this for a second. Oh, my nose. This change of season. It gets you coming and going both ways. And I all of a sudden start sneezing or... I would rather sneeze. I hate that feeling when you're gonna sneeze and then you don't. It's horrible. Excellent Sling Blade voice. Iron Rabbit. I think I want... I have no idea what you're talking about. The green ones. I took my break. Had to talk with Mom about Tennessee. Oh, 17-0 to Kent State. Really? Wow. Okay. Well, I'm sure Volstorm is all kinds of happy. Oh, crap. No, come back here. Sir Frank, I'm going to have to get you. I'm going to, oh, okay. All right, hang tight just a few minutes. We'll go, I'm going to put you on the break. So go to the bathroom, get something to drink if you want. We can continue on if you want to. My dog needs to go out. So I'm going to do our little pause. And then we'll be back. Bye. Okay. All right. Yeah, he's getting a little too warm. I have to turn the fan and stuff down, so put him back inside the house. Let's see here. File break. Oh, yeah. He's fine. He's fine. Let's see. There seems fine. Where was I? Oh, Sling Blade. Blazing Venus. Oh, well, welcome, Blazing Venus. Hey, what's up? Thanks for being here. Thank you for everybody for being here. Yeah, we just want to do this just to have some fun. I just felt like reading this stupid thing. This thing was so goofy. I remember years ago when I first found the actual book of this. Excuse me. And I can't remember. Like I said, it's been rewritten a couple of times. I think the original one was back in the 60s, if I remember correctly. Like 68, 69, something like that. And it's been written a couple times since. Come to find out, there's another one called The Wobbit. So we may end up having to do a prequel type thing like they did for the movies. And when we're done with this, we may have to go back and... I'm not sure when that one was written. But anyway, it gives the prequel to Dildo Buggins. And how he first comes about with the ring. But it looks like it's weird. It looks like they changed some of the names around. So, not exactly the same. But anyway. Yeah, this is such a goofy thing. But I remember I was crying. I remember reading it. And I was just, I could barely get through anything without just crying, laughing. Oh my God. Oh, so goofy. This thing is so goofy. No. Well, good. I'm glad you've been Blazing Venus. I'm glad you've been waiting for more. Like I said, 3D life, things happen, have other projects, stuff that I'm doing, so. And I don't want this something that's going to be necessarily of a demand. Some channels feel like they're under the gun and every day they have to put something out. And that's why I started doing this. And again, this is part of Iron Rabbit and Laura Thomas's fault. I was just looking for something to help me out with my insomnia and stuff and calm my brain down, make my eyes tired, and instead of having all these endless days of insomnia and so forth. And I was trying to think of what I was going to do, and I thought about doing something in leatherworking or something in woodworking, but there's so many people doing that shit, and I've been doing it for so long. And then you see some of their behind the scenes stuff, or you talk to them, and it's like, oh my God, every single day, or I got to come up with a new project, or I've got to come up with this, or I've got, and it becomes under the gun pressure. And a lot of them end up burning out because of it. And that's not what I want. I enjoy doing this. It's fun. And it has helped. It's helped out a lot just in this past year. For years, that was just the way I operated. And so now for me to get 5-6 hours of sleep a night, potentially, is a huge difference. It's made a big difference because it does. It calms my brain and it makes my eyes tired. So whether it's researching something, which I need to get back to, because there's a couple of stories that I need to finish up about some true crime type unsolved murder mystery stuff. And my favorite time period for that is like the Victorian Edwardian era. I don't know if any of you know about the show Murdoch Mysteries. That time frame. And there are some interesting ones from even before then, way back, that I've done some ghost stories on, but I'd like to do some of those. I think those are interesting. I'm not talking about doing anything like Jack the Ripper, because that thing, no pun intended, has been done to death. But unless something new were to come up, which I highly doubt. I don't think that one's ever going to have a concrete ending. But anyway, Civil War stories. Yeah, and some of the, I do enjoy the Civil War stories too. Those two that I did in particular, those were interesting. I did like delving into those and going through some of the archives and looking some of that stuff up and giving a different perspective from somebody who was a Confederate and then somebody who was a Yankee, and seeing both sides of the coin. And of course that, as I've already talked about many times, hits home with me because it completely divided my family. And Vicksburg, Mississippi is named after the Vic side of the family, and so we literally had, during the siege of Vicksburg, family members killing each other from the north and the south, cousins, uncles, the whole nine yards. So it was a very divisive time period, and so both aspects hit very close to home. And those two stories in particular show the realities of warfare in general. Warfare in general it's not pretty. It's just not the way it is. It's a hard reality. If you haven't heard those stories, they're both on there. One is about Jeremiah Gage and what happened with him and his final letter that he had written. And shoot, now I'm having a brain fart on my own story. Who was the other guy? Anyway, you'll see him on there. They're into the Civil War story ones. Almost bedtime for you. Okay. Well, if you can lay in bed and laugh yourself to sleep. And I'm glad they got your sure if you want to talk about it or not, Rabbit, but I'm glad they got your breathing more on track and figured out. So, all right. Well, Rabbit, you can snuggle down and that's why I relate. I was born in Natchez. Yeah, Natchez, Mississippi. Yeah. Yeah, we got it on both sides. Sons of the Confederacy, daughters of the Confederacy, GAR, all that on both sides. I'm going clear back, well, even before the Revolutionary War. Because the original part of the family came over here. It was the third trip after Roanoke. So it was 1596. That's when part of our family start coming over here. The third trip after Roanoke. So, I mean, it goes clear back to that time and French and Indian, the 7 Years' War, French and Indian War, Revolutionary War, all the way up to today. And then, all over the country. And I mean, I've got copies of bills of sales for slaves on that side of the family. And then my one Uncle Joe, which I told that story before, he survived Andersonville. He was captured at the Battle of Franklin, which I say at the end of that one ghost story at the Battle of Franklin. Had the war gone on another couple weeks, month, he would have died in Andersonville. They ended up having to carry him out. He was one of those walking skeletons. And people see pictures and they think of World War II, but no, that shit happened here. And of the men that he was captured with that day at the Battle of Franklin, that he knew and was captured with, he was the only survivor. So he had, I talked to my great grandmother about that because she was a little girl and she actually knew Uncle Joe. And, so a pretty startling story about Uncle Joe from that, but he never, that kind of thing, they're just things that you just don't ever forget, and it just becomes an autonomic thing. Like, he eventually was able to get better, and prior to the war, he had been a blacksmith, and that was part of the reason, because he was huge. He was a huge guy, and so that was part of what helped keep him alive. And he was able to maintain that body weight and everything away from the other soldiers because he also did a lot of stuff with his blacksmithing. And so working on the wagon stuff. So he got to eat the good food. He got to eat the good rations, just like with the officers. So he wasn't treated like the regular soldier. So he was able to maintain his muscle mass and weight. And that was part of what kept him alive. So he was around 6 foot tall, purportedly was around 6 foot tall, 200 pounds or so, which of course, for being a blacksmith, I mean, that was just pure muscle. There was an ounce of fat on that man, supposedly. But once he recovered, he did go back to blacksmithing and retired as a blacksmith, but he never wanted to be hungry again. And so it didn't matter what he was doing, where he was going. He could be walking down to the mailbox, the post office. He could be going to church. He always stuffed food in his pockets. And wherever he was, which a vast majority of the time was at my great-great-grandmother's house, they were always stocked with food. So it had a tremendous effect on him. And then when World War I came along, my gram said that his demeanor had changed because he knew what was going to happen. And he started to decline from that. So anyway, all that stuff had very long lasting effects. And like I said, tore our family apart. So anyway, that's some history stuff. All right, let me see here. Okay. Chapter 4. Let me see. No. Okay. After 3 days of hard riding, it had put many furlongs between them and the Black Riders, the weary bogies came at last to the low kneeling hills which surrounded the valley of Rivendell with a natural wall that protected it from occasional marauders, too stupid or small to scale the sheer knolls and mounds. But their sure-footed mounts easily overcame these obstacles with short, heart-stopping hops. Short, heart-stopping hops. and in no time Frito and his companions had reached the summit of the last hillock and looked down on the orange roofs and cupolas of the elvish ranchelas. Urging on their painting ruminants, they galloped down the windy corduroy road, that led to the dwellings of Orlon. It was late in the great fall afternoon when the procession of sheep-back riders rode into Rivendell, led by Garfinkel astride his magnificent woolly stallion, Anthrax. An ill wind was blowing, and granite hailstones were falling from brooding clouds. As the party drew rein in from the main lodge, a tall elf robed in his finest clothes and wearing bucks of blinding whiteness stepped onto the porch and greeted them. "Welcome to the last homely house east of the sea and gift shop," he said. "Barca loungers in every room." Garfinkel and the tall elf thumbed their noses in the ancient salute of their race and exchanged greetings in Elvish. "A cyano eso deca hayawatha," said Garfinkel, lightly springing from his animal. "Oh, movado. Silvathan, Nightal, nice to see ya," replied the tall elf. Then turning to Stomper, he said, "I am Orlon." "Arrowroot, son of Arrowshirt, at your service," said Stomper, dismounting clumsily. "And these," said Orlon, pointing to the 4 bogies asleep on their dormant mounts. "Frito and his companions, bogies from the sty," said Stomper. At the mention of his name, Frito gurgled loudly and fell off of his sheep, and the ring dropped out of his clothes and rolled to Orlon's feet. One of the sheep trotted up, licked it, and turned into a fire hydrant. "Ugh," mumbled Orlon, and staggered inside. Garfinkel followed him into the little building, and a stream of low elves followed. Arrowroot stood listening for a moment, then went around to Spam, Moxie, and Pepsi, and woke them up with a series of finger jabs and pivot kicks. Frito retrieved the ring and slipped it into his pocket. "So, this is Rivendell," he said, rubbing his eyes with wonder as he looked at the strange elvish houses of pre-stressed gingerbread and Pharaoh candy. "Look, Master Frito," said Spam, pointing up the road. "Elves, lots of them. Oh, I must be dreaming. I wish the old fatlip could see me now." "I wish I were dead," whined Pepsi. "So do I," said Moxie. "May the good fairy what sits in the sky grant your every wish," said Spam. "Where is Good Gulf, I wondered Frito. Garfinkel strode back out onto the porch and produced a small tin whistle on which he blew a single, ear-splitting, flat note, whereupon the sheep wandered aimlessly away. "Magical," sighed Spam. "Follow me," said Garfinkel, and he led Stomper and the bogies along a narrow muddy path which wound through clumps of flowering rhododendron bushes and towering shoe trees. As he walked along, Frito smelled an even scent fragrance of new-mown hay mingled with bleach and mustard. And from afar off he heard the delicate, heartbreaking twang of a mouth harp and a few shreds of elvish song. "Row, row, row your Elibethal Salvia Githel." Oh, screw this. I'm not reading this shit. None of that makes any sense. At the end of the path stood a small bungalow made of polished joiva halva. And surrounded by a bed of glassed flowers. Garfinkel turned the door's all-day sucker and motioned the party inside. They found themselves in a large room which entirely filled the little house. There were a great many beds arranged around the walls, all of which looked as though they had been recently slept in by perverted kangaroos, and at the corners were a few odd chairs and tables, which showed quite clearly the hand and foot of the elvish craftsman. In the center of the room was a large table, littered with the remnants of a violent game of three-pack canasta, and several bowls of artificial fruit, which couldn't have been mistaken for the real thing at 50 meters. And these, Moxie and Pepsi immediately ate. "Make yourself at home," said Garfinkel as he left. "Check-out time is 3 o'clock. Stomper slumped heavily into a chair, which folded up underneath him with a muffled crack. Garfinkel was not gone more than 5 minutes when there came a knock at the door, and Spam went rather irritably to answer it. "It had better be food," he mumbled, "'cause I'm going to eat it." He opened the door with a jerk, revealing a mysterious stranger in a long gray cap and hood, wearing thick black eyeglasses, with a false rubber nose, quite unconvincingly dangling from the bridge. The dark figure had a cardboard mustache, a dust mop wig, and a huge hand-painted tie with a picture of an elf maiden. In his left hand was a mache niblick, whatever the hell that is, and on his feet he wore shower clogs. He was puffing a fat cigar. Spam reeled back in astonishment, and Stomper, Moxie, Pepsi, and Frito cried in unison, "Good golf!" The old man shuffled in, discarding his disguises to reveal the familiar faith healer and bunco artist that he was.
"Hello, it is I,"
admitted the wizard, dispiritedly plucking a few strings out of his hair. With that, he went around and shook all their hands very hard, shocking them with a little electric buzzer he invariably carried concealed in his palm. "Well, well, oh."
"Well, well,"
said Goodgolf.
"Here we all are again."
"I'd sooner be in a dragon's colon," said Frito.
"I trust you still have it,"
said Goodgolf, eyeing Frito. "Do you mean the ring?"
"Silence," commanded Goodgolf in a loud voice. "Speak not of the great ring here or anywhere. If Sawhead's spies discover that you, Frito Bugger, hailing from the sty, had the One Ring, all would be lost, and his spies are everywhere. The 9 Black Riders are abroad again, and there are those who claim to have seen the 7 Santinis, the 6 danger signs, and the entire Trap family, including the dog. Even the walls have ears," he said, pointing to 2 huge lobes which were protruding from behind the mantelpiece. "Is there no hope?" gasped Frito. "Is nowhere safe?" "Who can know?"
said Goodgolf, with a shadow that seemed to pass over his face.
"I will say no more,"
he said,
"but a shadow seems to have passed over my face."
And with that he fell strangely silent. Frito began to weep, and Stomper leaned forward and, putting his hand reassuringly on Frito's shoulder, said, "Fear not, dear Bogey. I will be with you all the way, no matter what may befall us." "Same here," said Spam, who then fell asleep. "Us too," said Moxie and Pepsi, yawning. Frito remained inconsolable. When the bogies awoke from their nap, Goodgolf and Stomper were gone, and the moon was shining fuzzily through the taffy windows. They had finished eating the curtains and were starting in on their lampshades when Garfinkel returned, clad in finest cheesecloth, and led them down to the lodge building where they had... building they had seen when they first arrived. It was large and brightly lit, and the night was filled with brouhaha from within. As they approached, there came a silence, and then the plaintive, black and broad scraping shriek of a nose flute pierced the air. "Oh my. They're giving a pig a rough time in there," said Spam, blocking his ears. "Hush," said Frito, and a voice rose in song, filling the bogies with a vague sense of nausea. "Ah, a UNICEF, Clearasil, gibberish and dribble. Oh, Menon, Mylar Muriel, with a Haydari turn Gardle. Oh, Uban, Neko, Glamourine, Endin Nital, Vaseline. Sing Hey Nani Nani, Nimbutal." My God. Holy shit. With a last twittering wail, the music died away, and half a dozen stunned birds plopped heavily to the ground in front of Frito. "What was that?" asked Frito. "It is an ancient lament in the tongue of the Ald E elves," sighed Garfinkel. "It tells of UNICEF in his long and bitter search for a clean restroom. Are there no facilities here? He cries. Is there no washroom? No one seems to know." So said Garfield and Garfunkel, whatever, and maybe he likes lasagna too. So said Garfinkel and led the bogies into the house of Orlon. They found themselves in a long, high-rafted hall, down the center of which ran an endless table. At one end was a huge oak mantelpiece, and from high above hung brass chandeliers in which fine ear-waxed candles sputtered brightly. Along the table sat the usual flotsam and jetsam of lower Middle-earth: elves, fairies, Martians, several frogs, dwarves, gnomes, a few token men, a handful of bugbears, several trolls wearing sunglasses, a couple of goblins the Christian Scientists had worked over, and a dragon who had gotten fed up. At the head of the table sat Orlon and the lady Lyrica. Not Lyrica. And the lady Lycra. Lyrica. And the lady Lycra, robed in cloths of dazzling whiteness and brightness. Dead they looked, and yet it was not so, for Frito could see their eyes shining like wet mushrooms. Yeah. Bleached was their hair so that it shone like goldenrod, and their faces were as bright and fair as the surface of the moon. All about them zircons, garnets, and lodestones flashed like stars. On their heads were silken lampshades, and on their brows were written many things, both fair and foul, such as "Unleash Genghis Khan," "Shanghai Shek," and "I love my wife, oh, you kid." What? Whatever. Asleep they were. To the left of Orlon sat Goodgulf in a red fez, revealed as a 32nd degree Mason and honorary Shriner, and to his right sat Stomper, clad in the white Gene Autry suit of a ranger. Free in his bandolier of silver bullets. Frida was shown to a seat about halfway down the table between an unusually deformed dwarf and an elf who smelled like a bird's nest, and Moxie and Pepsi were sent to a small table in the corner with the Easter Bunny and a couple of tooth fairies. As with most mythical creatures who lived in enchanted forests with no visible means of support, the elves ate rather frugally, and Frito was a little disappointed to find heaped on his plate a small mound of ground nuts, bark, and dirt. Nevertheless, like all the bogies, he was capable of eating anything he could Indian wrestle down his throat, and rather preferred dishes that didn't struggle too much, since even a half-cooked mouse can usually beat a bogey. What? Oh, since a half-cooked mouse can usually beat a boogie 2 falls out of there. 2 falls out of 3. Oh, Jesus, whatever. No sooner had he finished eating than the dwarf sitting to his right turned to him and proffered an extremely scaly hand in greeting. It's at the end of his arm, thought Frito, nervously shaking it. It's got to be a hand.
Gimlet, son of Groin, your obedient servant,
said the dwarf, bowing to reveal a hunchback.
May you always buy cheap and sell dear.
Frito, son of Dildo, yours, said Frito in some confusion, racking his brains for the correct reply. May your hemorrhoids shrink without surgery. The dwarf looked puzzled, but not displeased. Then you are the bogey.
Oh, then you are the bogey of whom Goodgolf spoke. The ringer.
Frito nodded.
Do you have it with you?
Would you like to see it? Asked Frito politely.
No, thanks,
said Gimlet.
Yeah, I had an uncle who had a magic tie clip, and one time he sneezed and his nose fell off.
Frito nervously touched his nostril. Excuse the interruption, said the elf on his left, spitting accurately into the dwarf's left eye. But I couldn't help overhearing your conversation with Gabby Hayes here. Are you, in fact, the bogey with the bijou? I am, said Frito, and sneezed violently. Allow me, said the elf, proffering Gimlet's beard to Frito, who was by now sneezing uncontrollably. I am Lego Lamb, of the elves of northern Weldwood. Elf dog.
Oh, elf dog,
hissed Gimlet, retrieving his beard. Pig dwarf, suggested Lego Lamb.
Toy maker.
Gold digger.
Flit.
Wart. Wouldn't you like to hear a joke or a song or something? Said Frito, becoming alarmed. It seems that there was this wandering dragon. They're picking on dragons again. It seems there was this wandering dragon, and he comes to this farmhouse, and the farmer...
A song,
agreed Gimlet and Legolam. Of course, said Frito, and desperately trying to recall some of Dildo's dog rolls, he began to sing in a squeaky voice. A king of elves there was of old, Saranrap by name. There we go. Okay, a king of elves there was of old, Saranrap by name, who slew the narcs at Mellowmarsh, and Sorehead's host did tame. And with him marched the stubby dwarves, drafted from their mines. But when the fearsome battle raged, they hid behind the lines. Clearasil, Metricol, Laveris, and Chorus, they hid behind the lines. Angered was the mighty king, about to raise the dickens. Just let me get my hands, quoth he, on those half-pint chickens. Fearful were the chicken dwarves, but mickle crafty too. King Yellowback, their skins to save, the elves did try to woo. Twist a cap, Reynolds Wrap, Gardall, and Doze, the elves he tried to woo.
if you doubt our loyalty. Yellow told the king, take this gift, a dwarvish sword that packs a mighty sting. Clearasil, it's called by name. The clever dwarf spoke on. Take this bribe and let us be. Bygones be bygone. Cadillac, Pickajack, Edsel and Coke. Bygones be bygones. I accept this wondrous gift, and think you dwarves are tops, said he as he took the sword and smote him in the chops. And since that day it's said by all in ballad, lay, and poem, only trust an elf or dwarf as far as you can throw 'em. Oxidil, Geritol, Wheaties, and Tricks, as far as you could throw 'em. Oh my God. Just as Frito finished, Orlon suddenly roused himself and signaled for silence. Bingo in the elf lounge, he said. And the feast ended. Frito was making his way back to the table where Moxie and Pepsi were sitting when a bony hand reached out of a potted palm and grasped his shoulder. Come with me.
Oh. Come with me,
said Goodgolf, brushing a front aside. Brushing a frond aside, and led the surprised bogey down the hall and into a small room almost entirely filled by a huge glass-topped table. Orlon and Stomper had already taken seats, and as he and Goodgolf sat down, Frito was amazed to see his dinner companions, Gimlet and Lego Lamb, enter and seat themselves on the opposite side of the table. Hold on just a second. All right. They were quickly followed by a heavy-set man in iridescent pegged trousers and sharply pointed shoes. Last of all came a small figure in a loud shirt, smoking a foul elvish cigar and carrying a Scrabble board. Dildo! Cried Frito. Ah, Frito, me lad, said Dildo, slapping Frito heavily on the back. So you made it after all. Well, well. Orlon held out a moist palm, and Dildo rummaged in his pockets and pulled out a wad of crumpled bills. 2, wasn't it? He said. 10, said Orlon. Aye, so it were, said Dildo, and dropped the bills in the elf's hand. It's been a long time since the party, said Frito. What have you been doing? Not much, said the old bogey. A little Scrabble, a little pedestry. What? Pedestry. I think he's playing with his toes or something. Podiatry. I'll just say podiatry. I'm retired, you see. Whatever. Just making this shit up. But wait a minute. Who is this? Who is it? Oh. But what is this all about? Who are them Black Riders, and what do they want with me? And what has a ring got to do with it? Much, and little more or less, dear bogey, explained Orlon. But all in good time. This great caucus has been called to answer such questions, and others, but for now I will say only that there are a many things amiss here afoot. Alas. What? Wow.
No lie, said Goodgolf gravely. The nameless no is spreading.
The nameless no. Oh my
my god! The nameless no. All right, I'm gonna take a break for a minute. I can't. The nameless no. Oh my god. Oh man. Oh, that slayed me. I'm just picturing not Alan Rickman reading that line. About the no-nos. The nameless no-no. I don't know why. Oh my god, that just killed me. Oh, wow. All right, we're going to have to read that part again. Ooh. This has to be the best, even though Poe is my favorite. Well, we might do. I mean, I've read the oh crap. Oh, The Raven. I've done The Raven a couple of times. And I had somebody say about doing that in the voice of I'm not Alan Rickman. I don't know. The real one, I think, did a reading of that, but we could do that. One of these days. All right, I got to see if I can get through this. Holy crap. I got slayed my ass. Oh, that was so funny. Oh, man. Gotta get centered here again. Okay. Yeah, right. All right, now let's see. Now I gotta find out where I was here. Let's see. Oh, thanks for hitting that. Sir Frank. Oh, the Morgan. Oh, yeah. My Morgan Freeman is so bad. And I don't understand why you do it. I think it's going to be a while before I try to do him. I listened back when they were doing some of the things, and I said, and so when you go through and I would try and do that reading on it and listening back to it, oh my God, my Morgan Freeman is horrible. So I think I'm going to have to practice that before and that's the thing. I just haven't got around to practicing it. I don't know where the Alan Rickman came from. That just kind of sort of happened. I didn't even really do anything with that, but okay, Rabbit. All right. Cuddle up and trying to laugh yourself to sleep. But anyway, yeah, my Morgan Freeman sucks. I need to do some serious work on that. And it just sounds so dumb to me when I listen back to it. So I'm probably not going to really be doing that anytime soon until I do some practice on it. All right. See, things miss a foot, alas. Okay.
No lie,
Said Good Gulf gravely.
the nameless no-no is spreading again, and the time has come to act, Frito. The ring.
Frito nodded and threw from his pocket the paperclip chain, link by link. With a short toss, he threw the fatal trinket onto the table, where it landed with a tiny ching. Orlon gasped. "The magic dingus!" he cried. "What proof is there that this is the ring?" asked the man with the pointed shoes. "There are many signs which can be read by the wise Bromicel," announced. Oh, this is good goal.
There are many signs which can be read by the wise Bromicel,
announced the wizard.
The compass, the whistle, the magic decoder, they're all here. And there is an inscription.
Which none of that shit makes any sense, so I'm not even going to read that. It's just like gobbledygook.
Google gobble.
There. Good Gulf's voice had become harsh and distant. An ominous black cloud filled the room. Frito gagged on the thick, oily smoke. "Was that necessary?" asked Lego Lamb, kicking the wizard's still belching smoke grenade out the door.
Rings go better with hocus pocus,
replied Good Gulf imperiously. "But what does that mean?" asked Bromicel, rather annoyed that he was being referred to in the dialogue as the man with the pointed shoes.
There are many interpretations,
explained Good Gulf.
My guess is that it is either the quick brown fox jumped over the lazy dog, or don't tread on me. Now turn to page 394. No one...
Oh, no. No one spoke, and the room fell strangely silent. Finally, Bromacell rose and addressed the caucus. "Much is now clear," he said. "I had a dream one night in Minestrone." Well, actually, I should say Minestrone. Yeah. One night in Minestrone, in which 7 cows ate 7 bushels of wheat, and when they were finished, they climbed a red tower and threw up 3 times, chanting, "Say it now, and say it loud, I am a cow, and I am proud." And then a figure robed in white and bearing a pair of scales came forward and read from a little slip of paper, "5 elvens your height, 190 your weight. You cash in your chips around page 88. Okay. "Well, this is grave," said Orlon. "Well," said Stomper, "I guess it's time we all laid our cards on the table." And with that, he noisily emptied the contents of a faded duffel into a heap in front of him. When he was finished, there was a large pile of odd objects, including a broken sword, a golden arm, a snowflaked paperweight, the Holy Grail, the golden fleece, the robe, a piece of the true cross, and a glass slipper. Arrowroot, son of Arrowshirt, heir of Barbasol, and king of Minestrone, at your service, he said rather loudly. Bromacell looked up to the top of the page and winced. "At least another chapter to go," he groaned. "Then the ring is yours," cried Frito, and eagerly tossed it into Arrowroot's hat. "Well, not exactly," said Arrowroot, dangling the band at the edge of its long chain. "Since it's got magic powers, it belongs to someone more in the mumbo-jumbo, presto-changeo line, to wit, a wizard, for example." And he neatly slipped the ring over... slipped the ring over the end of Goodgolf's wand.
"Ah, yes. Verily, in truth,"
said Goodgolf quickly.
"That is to say, yes and no. Or perhaps just plain no. As any fool can see, it is a clear case of habeas corpus, or tibia fibia, since although this particular gizmo was the work of a wizard, sorehead, to be exact, this sort of thing was invented by elves, and he was only working under license, you might say."
Orlon held the ring in his hand as if he were an annoyed tarantula. "Nay," he said gravely, "I cannot claim this great prize, for it is said, finders keepers, losers, weepers, and brushing it away an invisible tear. Oh, and brushing away an invisible tear." He looped the chain around Dildo's neck. "And let sleeping dogs lie if they are sleepers," said Dildo, and slipped it into Frito's pocket. "Then it is settled," intoned Orlon. "Frito Bugger shall keep the ring." Hold on just a sec. Okay. Oh man, I'm still having issues from that laugh. What's that? Oh, shall keep the ring. Okay. "Bugger," said Legolam. "Bugger?
That's curious. There was a nasty little clown named Goddamn sniffing around Weldwood on hands and knees looking for a Mr. Bugger. He was a little queer. Odd. Oh, odd, said Gimlet. A pack of black giants riding huge pigs came through the mountains last month hunting for a bogey named Bugger. Never gave it a second thought. This too is grave. Very grave, declared Orlon. It is only a matter of time before they come here, he said, pulling a shawl over his head and making a gesture of throwing something of a conciliatory nature to a shark. And as neutrals, we would have no choice. Frito shuddered. The ring. Oh.
The ring and its bearer must go hence,
agreed Goodgolf.
But where? Who shall guard it?
The elves, said Gimlet. Everybody's throwing everybody under the bus. The elves, said Gimlet. The dwarves, said Legolam. The wizards, said Arrowroot.
The men of Tudor,
said Goodgolf. That leaves only Fordor, said Orlon. But even a retarded troll knows no one would go there. Even a dwarf, admitted Legolam. Frito suddenly felt that all the eyes were on him. Couldn't we just drop it down a storm drain, or pawn it, or swallow the ticket, he said.
Alas,
said Goodgolf solemnly,
it is not easy.
But why?
Alas,
exclaimed Goodgolf. Alackaday, Orlon agreed. But fear not, dear Bogey, continued Orlon. You shall not go alone. Good old Gimlet will go with you, said Legolam. And fearless Legolam, said Gimlet. And noble King Arrowroot, said Bromacel. And faithful Bromacil, said Arrowroot. And Moxie and Pepsi and Spam, said Dildo. And Goodgolf, Grey Teeth, added Orlon. Goodgolf, Grey Teeth. I forgot about that.
Indeed.
Like Goodgolf, Grey Teeth. You got some nasty jibs.
Indeed,
said Goodgolf, glaring at Orlon. And if looks could maim, the old elf would have left in a basket. Wait a minute. Who's this? Oh. So be it. You shall leave when the omens are right, said Orlon, consulting a pocket horoscope, and unless I'm very much mistaken, they will be unmatched in half an hour. Frito groaned. I wish I had never been born, he said. Do not say that, dear Frito, cried Orlon. It was a happy minute for all of us when you were born. Well, Oh, shit. That's right. Dildo, I forgot. He's the pirate voice. I screwed that one up. Well, I guess it's goodbye, said Dildo, taking Frito aside as they left the caucus room. Or should I say until we meets again? No, I think it's goodbye sums it up quite nicely. Goodbye, Dildo, Frito said, stuffing a sob. I wish you were coming with us. Aye, but I'm too old for that sort of thing now, said the old bogey, feigning a state of total paraplegia. Anyways, I got a few small gifts for ye. And he produced a lumpy parcel, which Frito opened somewhat unenthusiastically in view of Dildo's previous going-away present. But the package contained only a short, Reverware sword. Reaver. I always forget how to pronounce Rever. He gave him like a fucking KitchenAid sword. A bulletproof vest full of moth holes. And several well-thumbed novellas with titles like Elflust and goblin girl. Farewell, Frito, said Dildo, managing a very convincing epileptic fit. Aye, it is in your hands now, gasped Rattle. Oh, lie me under the greenwood tree. Oh. Farewell, Dildo, said Frito, and with a last wave went out to join the company. As soon as he had disappeared, Dildo sprang lightly to his feet and skipped into the hall, humming a little song. I sits on the floor and pick my nose, and thinks of dirty things, of the deviant dwarves who suck their toes, and elves who drub their dings. I sits on the floor and pick me nose, and dream exotic dreams of dragons who are dressed in rubber clothes, and trolls who do it in teams. Oh my God. I sits on the floor and picks me nose, and wish for a thrill or two, for a goblin who goes in for a few no-nos, or an orc with a thing about glue. And of... God damn. And all of the while I sits and I picks. I think of such jolly things. Of whips and screws and batteries and jumper cables. Oh, no, that's my thing. Of whips and screws and leather slacks. Of frottages and strings. Oh, my God. I grieve to see you leave so soon, said Orlon quickly, as the company stood assembled around their pack sheets with some 20 minutes later. But the shadow is growing, and your journey is long. It is best to begin at once in the night. The enemy has eyes everywhere. As he spoke, a large hair-covered eyeball rolled ominously from its perch in a tree and fell to the ground with a heavy squelch. Arrowroot drew Corona, the sword that was broken, now hastily reglued, and waved it over his head. "Onward!" he cried. "On to Fodor!" "Farewell, farewell," said Orlon impatiently. "Excelsior!" cried Bromacel, blowing a fierce blast on his duck whistle. "Sayonara," said Orlon. "Aloha. Avant. Arrow point. Kodiak, Kazakh, no-dos." "Oh, Kodiak, Kazakh, no-dos," Gimlet cried. A distant nose-graph," shouted Legolam. "I have no idea what the fuck he's saying. It's all jacked up." "Habeas corpus." "Oh,
Habeas corpus,"
said Good Gulf, waving his wand. "I have to go poop," said Pepsi. "So do I," said Moxie. "I'd like to poo, the both of you," said Spam, reaching for a rock. "Let's go," said Frito, and the party set off down the road from Rivendell at a walk. Jesus. In a few short hours, they had put several hundred feet between them and the lodge where Orlon still stood, wreathed in smiles. As the party passed over the first slight rise, Frito turned around and looked back over Rivendell. Somewhere in the black distance lay the sty, and he felt a great longing to return, as a dog might on recalling a long-forgotten spew. As he watched, the moon rose. There was a meteor shower and a display of the aurora borealis. A cock crowed 3 times. It thundered. A flock of geese flew by in the shape of a swastika, and a giant hand wrote, "Mene, Mene, what's it to you?" across the sky in giant silver letters. Suddenly, Frito had the overpowering feeling that he had come to a turning point, and that an old chapter in his life was ending with a new beginning. "Mush, you brute,"
he said, kicking the pack animal in the kidneys. And as the great quadruped staggered forward, tail first into the black east, there came from deep in the surrounding forest the sound of some great bird being briefly but noisily ill. Jesus. All right. That's the end of that chapter. You guys want me to keep going with this crap, or is this enough? Is this making your head hurt enough for tonight? Oh my God. I forgot how ridiculous this thing is. All right. Well, Rabbit, if you're still listening, how's your sleep going? Sorry, guys, I'm just broken and twisted. What were you saying? Drink some more. Oh, wait a minute. The nameless no-no. And he is broken. Yeah, that fucking broke my ass. Oh, my God. Let's see. I'm just trying to catch back up through some of the chat here. Hard to tear with threes. Yeah. Yeah, D. Robertson. No shit. Yeah. Oh, my God. I was crying so loud. Oh, my God. I don't know what it was. Of all the stupid shit that has been said in this, the nameless no-nos just... That one slayed me for some reason. I think it was just picturing Alan Rickman trying to say that straight-faced. I think that's what did it. I don't know. It's hard to say. It's ridiculous that I... Yeah. Slowly. All right, I'm gonna... yeah, let's take a break here for a minute. All right, we can keep reading. That's fine. I don't care. I'm gonna drink something. I gotta clear my throat here. That laugh really... It knocked my lungs loose. My sinuses and a little bit of everything else. Good night, all. Enjoyable as always. Oh, okay, D. Robertson. Well, thanks for being here. You catch up on the, catch you later on when we're all done here. Let's see. We are at 3 hours and 19 minutes. So we'll take a little bit of a break. We'll do, this would be chapter 5, essentially. So I think we'll do chapter 5. We'll finish this one up, and then we'll call it a night. And we'll just pick it up later on. I think probably close to 4 hours of me doing all this reading is later taters heading to bed. Okay. All right, Debbie. Thanks for being here. Have a good sleep. Yeah. I think I'll finish up this last chapter if you guys want. Otherwise, we can call it quits right here. Just let me know. Excuse me. Put it in chat quickly. Let me know what you want to do. I can read this last chapter, or we can just stop right here. If you guys want to end it. Well, yeah, not quite, but it'll be 4 hours by the time we're done. It's 3 hours, 20 minutes right now, roughly. So, yeah. Yeah, it went by a lot more quickly than what I thought. I think that first hour, with all the hallucinations and the acid trip, seemed to know what. It doesn't bother me either way. All right. No what? Oh, keep going. Okay. All right. Well, let's take a break here. I'm going to drink and check on my four-legged furball. Get something to drink if you want. Go to the bathroom, whatever, and then after this last chapter, then we'll call it for the night, and we'll just pick it up another time. So I am going to send you on your pause.
So, see you soon.
Okay. Back for once, Corey didn't pee on everything. Yeah, I know. Squirrel! You get a little sidetracked out there. Yeah, just do your thing, dude. Let's go. He doesn't have a problem shitting in front of my shop door. Well, that's because he's rebelling from when I put him in that little cage and tried to get him to crap in one particular area of the yard. But like I said before, you can walk barefoot through our yard and no problems. Because he shits right in front of my shop door. He's still pissed off about that. Anyway. I know I usually do, like, ghost stories and stuff. But sometimes we just got to do stuff that's just stupid and makes us laugh. Oh, this is such a goofy story. All right. So, this will be our chapter 5. Let me... so... hold on. My things are falling off. There we go. Okay. All right. So Franklin has his Pepsi. Laura's let out the dog. And Blazing's already did her job. Okay. Well, let's get back to it then. Chapter 5. For many days, the company traveled south, trusting to the eyes of the ranger, Arrowroot, the keen ears of the bogies, and the wisdom of Goodgulf to lead them. A fortnight after their departure, they arrived at a great crossroads and halted to determine the best way to cross the towering Mealy Mountains. Arrowroot squinted into the distance. "Behold, the grim Mount Badass," he said, pointing to a large milestone 100 yards down the road.
"Then we must head east,"
said Goodgulf, gesturing with his wand to where the sun was setting readily in a sea of clouds. A duck flew over, quacking loudly. "Wolves!" cried Pepsi, straining to hear the fading sound. "He's got the keen hearing of a stone." It is best that we make our camp here tonight," said Arrowroot, dropping his pack heavily to the ground, where it crushed a hooded cobra. "Tomorrow, we must seek the high pass across the mountains." A few minutes later, the company sat in the middle of the crossroads around a bright fire over which one of Goodgulf's stage rabbits was merrily roasting. "A proper fire at last, and no mistake," said Spam, tossing a rattlesnake onto the cheery blaze. "I reckon none of Master Pepsi's wolves is likable to bother us tonight." Pepsi snorted. "A wolf would have to be pretty hard up to eat a road apple like you," he said, flicking a rock at Spam, which missed him by feet and stunned a puma. Jesus. Circling far overhead, unseen by the company, the leader of a band of black spy crows peered through a pair of binoculars, cursed in the harsh tongue of his kind, and swore off grapes for the rest of his life. "Where are we? And where are we going?" asked Frito.
"We are at a great crossroads,"
answered the wizard, and producing a battered sextant from within his robes, he took sightings on the moon. Arrowroot's... "Oh, you're in," answered the wizard, and producing a battered sextant from within his robes, he took sightings on the moon, Arrowroot's cowboy hat, and Gimlet's upper lip.
"Soon we will cross a mountain or a river and pass into another land," he said.
Arrowroot strode over to Frito. "Do not fear," he said, sitting on a wolf. We will guide you safely through." The next day dawned clear and bright, and, as is often the case when it does not rain, and the spirits of the company were considerably raised. After a frugal breakfast of milk and honey, they set out in single file behind Arrowroot and Goodgulf, with Sam bringing up the rear behind the pack sheep, toward whom he expressed a bogey's usual fondness for fuzzy animals.
He's a sheepshagger.
"Oh, for the mint sauce," he lamented. "Oh, okay, he just wants to eat them." The party traveled many leagues along the broad, well-paved highway that led east to the odorous feet of the Mealy Mountains, and later in the afternoon they came to the first of the low knee hills. There the road quickly disappeared in a mass of rubble and the ruins of an ancient toll booth. Beyond, a short, steep valley as black as coal stretched ominously to the rocky slopes of the mountains. Arrowroot signaled for a halt, and the company gathered to look at the forbidding landscape.
This is an evil place, I fear,"
said Arrowroot, slipping on the sticky black paint which covered every inch of the land.
"It is the Black Valley,"
said Goodgulf solemnly. "The Black Alley? Sure, he hangs out in back alleys." "Are we in Fordor already?" asked Frida hopefully. Who is this? Oh.
"Do not mention that black land in this black land,"
said the wizard darkly.
"No, it is not Fordor, but it seems that it has been touched by the enemy of the alright thinking folk."
As they stood looking over the dreary vale, there came the howl of wolves, the roar of bears, and the cry of vultures.
"It's quiet out here,"
said Gimlet. "Too quiet," said Legolam. "We cannot stay here," said Arrowroot. "No," agreed Bromacil, looking across the gray surface of the page to the thick half of the book still in the reader's right hand. "We have a long way to go." "Yes, we do. A very painful, long journey." After trudging down the steep, rock-strewn slope for more than an hour, the party arrived, weary and blackened, at a long ledge that led between a sharp cliff and a pond whose surface was entirely covered with a thick oil slick. As they watched, a great heavy winged bird landed in the foul water with a soft plop and dissolved.
"Let us press on," said Goodgulf. "The pass cannot be far."
With that, he led the way around a stony ridge which jutted into the pond in front of them and obscured the rest of the mountain slope from view. The ledge grew narrower as it wound around the outcropping, and the company had to inch their way along. As they passed the bend, they saw in front of them the face of the mountain rising unbroken for hundreds of feet above them. Cut into the rocky wall was the entrance to some underground cavern, cunningly hidden by an enormous wooden door with a huge wrought iron hinge and giant knob. The door was covered with a strange oath gracefully written in the Palmer runes of the dwarves, and so marvelously had it been constructed that from 100 feet away, the tiny crack between the wood and the stone was completely invisible. Okay, they have this thing in weird writing. I can't even read it. Never mind. It's like all blurry and weird. All right, never mind. Arrowroot gasped. "The Black Pit," he cried.
"Yeah," said Gimlet. "The fabled Nikon Zoom of my ancestor, Fergus Fewmet." Dread, Andrea Doria, curse of the living nipple, said Legolam. But where's the pass? Asked Frito. The face of
the land has changed since I was last abroad in this region,
said Good Gulf quickly.
And we have been led, perhaps by fate, a bit astray.
It would be wiser to seek again the pass, I judge, said Arrowroot. It cannot be far.
300 kilometers, give or take a shilling,
said Good Gulf.
That's some good measurement right there.
A little sheepishly as he spoke, the narrow ledge which led back to the valley slid into the dark pond with a low grunt. That settles that, said Bromacell testily. Yo-ho, he cried, come and eat us. And from far away a deep voice echoed. Me beastie, me do that thing. It is a grim fate indeed that would lead us here, said Arrowroot, or a gonzo wizard. Good Gulf remained unperturbed.
We must find the spell that opens this door, and soon. Already it grows dark.
With that he lifted his wand and cried,
Yuma, Palo Alto, Napa, and Gobra. Tegran, Correga, Cremora, Ole.
God damn. So retarded. The door remained in place, and Frito glanced nervously at the mass of oily bubbles that had begun to rise in the pond. If only I had listened to my uncle Poo-Poo and gone into dentistry, whined Pepsi. If I'd stayed home, I'd be big in encyclopedias by now, sniffled Moxie. Who's this? Oh, and if I had 10 pounds of cement, a couple of sacks, you'd both have gone for a stroll in the pond an hour ago, said Spam. Good Gulf sat dejectedly before the obstinate portal, mumbling spells.
Pismo, he intoned, striking the door with his wand. Bitterman, Laszlo, Clayton Bulwer. Save for a hollow thud. Oh, never mind. Wait a minute. What? No, I'm not supposed to read that.
Save for a hollow thud, the door made no sign of opening. It looks grim, said Arrowroot. Suddenly the wizard sprang to his feet.
The knob,
he cried, and leading the pack sheep over to the base of the gate, he stood on its back and tiptoed and turned the great knob with both hands. It turned easily, and with a loud squeaking, the door swung open at the crack.
Always try the doorknob.
Good Gulf quickly scrambled down, and Arrowroot and Bromacell tugged the door open a few inches. At that moment, a great gurgling and belching arose from the center of the pond, and a large corduroy monster slowly lifted itself from the surface with a loud hiccup. The company stood rooted to the ground in terror. The creature was about 50 feet tall, with wide lapels, long dangling participles, and a pronounced gazetteer. Okay. Aye! Shouted Legolam. A thesaurus! A thesaurus! What the? Ah! Roared the monster.
Mutilate! Mangle! Crush! See harm! Quick!
Cried Good Gulf.
Into the cavern!
And the company hurriedly slipped one by one through the narrow crack. Last of all came Spam, who tried to squeeze the protesting sheep through the opening. After 2 frenzied but unsuccessful attempts, he picked up the annoyed herbivore and threw him bodily into the beast's gaping mouth.
Edible.
Edible. What voice was I doing?
Edible,
said the giant creature between munches.
Edible, esculent.
comestible seafood.
It's a thesaurus, you know. Whatever. God, this makes my head hurt.
I hope you choke on it,
said Spam bitterly, as a clear image of a winged loin of lamb fluttered across his mind. He wiggled through the doorway and joined the rest of the company in the cavern. With a loud belch that shook the ground and filled the air with an aroma such as one meets concurrent with the rediscovery of cheese that has long since gone to its reward, the beast slammed the door. The heavy door boom reverberated in the depths of the mountain, and the little party found themselves in total darkness. Goodgulf hastily withdrew a tinderbox from his robes, and frantically striking sparks off the wall and floor, he managed to light the end of his wand, producing a flickering glow about half as bright as a dead firefly. "Such magic," said Bromacel. The wizard peered ahead into the darkness, and perceiving that there was only one possible route, up a flight of stairs, he led the way into the deep gloom. They traveled a considerable distance into the mountain along the passageway, and which, after a long flight of stairs leading up from the gate, worked its way up, for the most part, down, with countless changes of direction until the air became quite hot and stuffy, and the company was very confused. There was still no source of light. Excuse me. Oh, I'm getting all burpy up in here. Oh, excuse me. There was still no source of light save the flicker from Goodgulf's sputtering wand, and the only sound came from the sinister patter of following footsteps, the heavy breathing of North Koreans, the rattle of gumball machines, and the other hurly-burly of deep, dark places. Oh, that crazy Kim Jong. At length they came to a place where the passage divided into two, with both leading down, and Goodgulf signaled for a halt. Immediately, there came a series of ominous gurgles and otherworldly tweets that suggested that the four horsemen of the apocalypse were having a friendly rubber of bridge not a yard away. What? I would have said game, but whatever. Let's split up, said Bromacel. I've twisted my ankle, said Pepsi. Whatever you do, don't make a sound, said Arrowroot. Wazoo! Screamed Moxie, sneezing violently.
Now, here's my plan,
said Goodgulf. Bullets won't stop them, said Bromacel. Whatever happens, said Arrowroot, we must keep a close watch. The company, as a man, fell asleep. When they awoke, all was quiet once more, and after a hasty meal of cakes and ale, they addressed themselves to the problem of which passage to take. As they stood debating, there came from deep in the earth a steady drumbeat. Dribble, 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 shoot, swish. At the same time, the air began to get hotter and thicker, and the ground started to tremble beneath their feet.
There's no time to lose,
said Goodgulf, jumping to his feet.
We must decide, and quickly.
I say to the right, said Arrowroot. Left, said Bromacel. Upon closer examination, the left way proved to be lacking a floor for some 40 feet, and Goodgulf quickly set off down the other, with the rest of the company following close behind. The passage led precipitously down, and there were omens of an unappetizing nature along the way, including the whitening skeleton of a minotaur, the body of the put-down man, and a rabbit's battered pocket watch with the inscription, "To Whitey," from the whole Wonderland crowd.
think we should go that way.
Before long, the passage sloped more gently down until it was a final plunge. Wait a minute. Until, with a final plunge, it led into a great chamber lined with huge metal lockers and dimly lit by a fiery glow. As they entered, the rumbling grew louder. Dribble, dribble, fake, dribble, fake, shoot. At the big basketball court. All at once, a large body of narcs burst into the hall from the passage the company had followed and charged at them, waving hammers and sickles. "Yellow!" cried their leader, brandishing a huge stick. "You dieth, GI!" cried the one with the stick. "Stay here," said Arrowroot. "I'll scout ahead."
He's gonna run.
"Keep me covered," said Legolam. "I'll head them off." "Guard the rear." "Oh,
Guard the rear,"
said Gimlet.
"I'll take the passage."
Hold the fort,
said Good Gulf.
I'll circle around.
"Stand fast," said Bromosil. "I'll draw them off." "Pyongyang! Panmujam!" shouted the Narc chieftain.
Oh, those crazy no Koreans.
The company stampeded across the hall and out the side passage with the Narcs at their heels. As they rushed out, Good Gulf slammed shut the door in the Narc's face and hastily put a spell on it.
Ali smirked,
he said, striking the door with his wand, and with a smoky foof, the door disappeared, leaving the wizard face to face with the puzzled Narcs. What an idiot.
Good Gulf. I don't think he's a very good wizard.
Good Gulf quickly produced a lengthy confession, signed it, and, thrusting it into the chieftain's hand, raced away up the passage to where the rest of the company stood at the far end of the narrow rope bridge, which spanned the sharp chasm. As Good Gulf stepped onto the bridge, the passage echoed with an ominous dribble, dribble, and a great crowd of Narcs burst forth. In their midst was a towering dark shadow too terrible to describe. In its hands it held a huge black globe, and on its chest was written in cruel runes, Villanova. "Aye," shouted Legolam, "a ball hog!" The worst of the basketball players. From the depths of hell raises the ball hog. Good Gulf turned to face the dreaded shadow, and as he did, it slowly circled toward the bridge, bouncing the grim sphere as it came. The wizard reeled back and, clutching at the ropes, raised his wand.
"Back, vile hoopster,"
he cried. At this, the ball hog strode forward onto the bridge, and, stepping back, the wizard drew himself up to his full height and said,
"Avant, thin-clad one."
Arrowroot waved Krona. "He cannot hold the bridge," he shouted, and rushed forward. "E pluribus unum!" cried Bromosil, and leapt after him. "Esso extra!" said Legolam, jumping behind him. "Kaiser Fraser!" "Oh,
Kaiser Fraser!"
shouted Gimlet, running up to join them. The ball hog sprang forward and, raising the dread globe over his head, uttered a triumphant cry. "Dulce et decorum," said Bromosil, hacking at the bridge. "Above and beyond," said Arrowroot, chopping a support. "A far, far better thing," said Legolas, slicing through the walkway.
"Near my God to thee,"
hummed Gimlet, cutting the last stay with a quick axe stroke. With a loud snap, the bridge collapsed, spilling Good Gulf and the ball hog into the abyss. Arrowroot turned away and, stifling a sob, ran along the passage with the rest of the companions close behind. As they rounded a corner, they were dazzled by a sudden shaft of sunlight, and after dispatching a sleeping narc guard in a few short minutes, they scrambled out. They took their time with him. They scrambled out the gates and down the eastern stairs. The stairs ran along a syrup stream in which large gobs of multicolored goo were ominously bobbing. Legolam stopped and spat in it wistfully. "It is spumoni," he exclaimed. "Beloved of the elves, do not drink of it. It causes cavities." The company hastened on into the shallow valley, and in less than an hour stood on the west bank of the river. Nasal rod. What? All right. Which the dwarves called nasal spray. This is making my head hurt. Arrowroot signaled for a halt. The steps that had led down the mountain came to an abrupt end at the river's edge, and on either side of the narrow way the hills sloped off into wide, barren plains, filled with wind gods, dolphins in sailors' hats, and street directories. Dolphins in sailors' hats. Now, apparently the expert's hanging around there. "I fear that we have come to an uncertain region," said Arrowroot, peering under his hand into the distance. "Alas, that good Gulf is not here to guide us." "These are indeed tough bananas," agreed Bromacel. "Yonder lies Lorna Doone, land of the gone elves," said Legolam, pointing across the river to a scruffy-looking forest of Dutch elms and knotty pines. "Good Gulf would have surely led us there." Bromacel dipped a foot into the oozing river, and a fish stick... Wait a minute. Bromacel dipped his foot into the oozing river, and a fish stick and side order of fries clamped... Oh my god, I can't read anymore. And a side order of fried clams leapt into the air. "Sorcery," cried Gimlet as a tuna burger flew past his ear. "Witchcraft, devilry, isolationism, free silver." "Aye," said Legolam, "the river is under a spell, for it is named after the fair elf maiden, Nasal Rod, who had the hots for Menthol, god of after-dinner drinks. But the evil Oxydil, goddess of quick tricks and small slams, appeared to her in the shape of a 5-iron and told her that Menthol has been two-timing with the princess Physohex, daughter of King Sano. At this, Nasal Rod became wroth and swore a great oath to kick Physohex in the gut and get her mother, Cinerama, goddess of short-term loans, to turn Menthol into an erector set. But Menthol got wind and beheld Japheth, who begat Amos, but Menthol got wind of the plot and came to the Nasal Road and, in guise of a refrigerator, turned her into a river and went west to sell encyclopedias. Even now, in the spring, the river softly cries, "Menthol, Menthol, you are one wazoo. One day I'm the elf next door, and then poof, I'm a river. You stink." And the wind answers, "Phooey." Oh, these poems hurt my head. "A sad story," said Frito. "Is it true?" "No," said Legolam. "There's a song, too." And he began to sing. Of course he did. Here's the song. An elven maid there was of old, a stenographer by day. Her hair was fake, her teeth were gold, her scent was of cheap sachet. She thought that art was really keen, the top 10 she could hum. Her eyes were full of Maybelline, her mouth of chewing gum. Her head was full of men and clothes, her hair of ratted curls. Her legs she wrapped in fine suppose, for nights out with the girls. She met one morn an elven lad, who took her to the fights, and said he owned a spacious pad, and went to law school at nights. And so the night she gave her all in the back of his sedan. So rich, she thought, so sharp and tall, a perfect family man. But then he told her with a wink, but then he told her with a smirk, that he loved another, and was a part-time postal clerk, and lived at home with his mother. A silver tear rolled down her cheek as she bussed home by herself. The same thing happened twice last week. Oh, heaven help the working elf. It is best that we cross before nightfall, said Arrowroot finally. There are tales of fungo bats and blood-sucking umpires in these parts. Picking up his toilet kit, he waded into the soupy water, and the company followed behind. The water was nowhere more than a few feet deep, and the bogies had little difficulty making their way across. This is indeed a queer river, said Bromacel, as the water lapped at his thighs. On the far bank of the river, they found a thick strand of dead trees covered with signs in Elvenranto, which said, "Excuse me. Come to Fabulous Elf Village. Visit the snake farm. Don't miss Santa's workshop, and help keep our forest enchanted." "Lorna Doone! Lorna Doone!" sighed Legolam. "Wonder of lower Middle-earth." At that, a door in the trunk of a large tree opened, revealing a small room filled with postcard racks, loudly clicking cuckoo clocks, and boxes of maple sugar candies. A greasy-looking elf slipped out from behind a taffy machine. "Welcome, wagon," he said, bowing low. "I am Pentel." "Come hither, Conestoga," said Legolam. "Conestoga's a large wagon." "Welcome, wagon. Never mind." Well, said the elf, coughing importantly. "We are a bit out of season, aren't we?" "We're just passing through," said Arrowroot. "No matter," said Pentel. "Plenty to see, plenty to see. On the left, your petrified tree. To the right, your Echo Rock, and your natural bridge. And just ahead, your old wishing well." Damn, now I want cookies. I just saw that. Yeah, I know. That was the first thing I was thinking of. You got them damn tree elves in there baking cookies. I almost said we've come from Diva. "We've come from Doria," Arrowroot continued. "We're on our way to Fordor." The elf blanched. "I hope you enjoy your visit to Lorna Doone, land of magic," he said quickly, and handing them a sheaf of folders and a pack horse stickers, he leapt into the tree and slammed and bolted the door. "These are troubled times," said Arrowroot. Legolam opened one of the folders and pored over a map. "It isn't far to the elf village," he said finally, "and unless the place has changed hands, Orlon's kin, Cellophane, and the Lady Lavalier still dwell there."
Elves. Oh, yeah, elves, grumbled Spam. Now, I'm not saying Sorehead is right, but I'm not saying he's wrong neither, if you get my drift. Shut up, said Legolam gravely. After a hasty meal of frankincense and myrrh, the company set off down a wide path which Legolam identified on the map as Horror Lane. And from time to time, mechanical dragons and goblins lurched unsteadily from rubber shrubs and yawed and grunted. But even the bogies remained unperturbed by these assaults, and in a few short hours, the travelers arrived at the edge of a small grove of very petrified-looking trees, from whose oddly symmetrical branches heavily corroded copper leaves dropped in unconvincing bundles. As they stood wondering, the head of an elf maid appeared at a bay window in the nearest tree and cried in the ancient tongue of the elves, "Greetings, ye old..." Oh, this is a female one. "Greetings, ye old wayfarers." I know, it's interchangeable with narcs. "Oh, are there any more at home like you?" said Legolam, making the correct reply. A moment later, the door to the great tree swung open, and a short elf stepped out. "Cellophane and Lavalier await you upstairs." "Oh," he said. "Oh, well, whatever, too late," and led the company into the wide trunk. The tree was completely hollow, and the inside was covered with brick-designed wallpaper. A circular staircase led through a hole in the ceiling to an upper story, and the elf motioned for them to ascend the narrow steps. As they reached the top, they found themselves in a room decorated much as the one below, but brightly lit by a great wagon wheel chandelier which hung from the lofty roof. On a pair of tree stumps at the end of the room sat Cellophane and Lavalier, arrayed in rich muslin. "Welcome to Lorna Doone," said Lavalier, rising slow. "Welcome to Lorna Doone," said Lavalier, rising slowly to her feet, and it seemed to the company that she was as fair as a young sapling or scrub oak. She had magnificent chestnut hair. When she shook her head, handfuls of magnificent chesty nuts dropped to the floor like rain. Frito toyed with the ring and wondered at her great beauty. As he stood, as if in a trance, Lavalier turned to him and saw him toying with the ring and wondering at her great beauty. "I see, Frito," she said, "that as you toy with the ring, you wonder at my great beauty." Frito gasped. "Do not fear," she said solemnly, tweaking at his nose. "Nasties we are not." Cellophane then rose and greeted each of the travelers in turn, and motioning for them to sit down on the rubber toadstools arranged around the room, and bid them tell the tale of their adventures. Arrowroot cleared his throat. "Once upon a time," he began. "Call me Ishmael," said Gimlet. "Oh, one that April," stretched Legolam. "Hear me, O Muse," commenced Bromosil. After some discussion, Frito told the whole story of the ring, Dildo's party, the Black Schleppers, the caucus of Orlon, Doria, and Goodgulf's untimely passing. "Oh," said Cellophane sadly when Frito had finished. Lavalier sighed deeply. "Your journey is long and hard," she said. "Yes," said Cellophane, "you bear a great burden." "Your enemies are powerful and merciless," said Lavalier. "You have much to fear," said Cellophane. "You leave at dawn," said Lavalier. "She's so emotional."
After a hearty feast of cherubim and seraphim, cellophane and lavalier showed the weary travelers to their small tree nearby. And as Frito was preparing to enter, lavalier drew him aside and brought him to a sheltered vale nearby, in the corner of which stood a soiled bird bath, in which a pair of sparrows were floating upside down. "Poison!" exclaimed lavalier, flinging the feathered corpora into the bushes. "It's the only thing that even slows him down." Thereupon she spat into the water, and a goldfish leapt into the air and cried, "Give me your sevens!" Okay. Go fish. Oh, this book is ridiculous. At the end, she leaned over the surface and whispered, "Wilmot Proviso," and the water began to boil, filling the air with a light odor of beef gumbo. Then it seemed to Frito that the surface had become smooth, and there appeared the picture of a man squirting something into his nose. "Commercials," said lavalier irritably. In a moment the water cleared, and there came the scene of elves and dwarves dancing in the streets, wild revels and minestrone. Happy debauches in the sty, a large bronze statue of Sorehead being melted into tie clips, and finally, Frito himself, sitting on a pile of costume jewelry and smiling broadly. "This bodes well," declared lavalier. Frito rubbed his eyes and pinched himself. "Then this is not all black?" he asked. "The bath of lavalier never lies," said the lady sternly, and leading Frito back to the rest of the company, disappeared in a heavy haze of jungle craped perfume. Whatever. Frito pinched himself one last time, then stumbled into the treehouse and fell into a deep sleep. The surface of the basin remained black for a while, then flickered, and showed the triumphant reception of the RMS Titanic in New York Harbor, the repayment of the French war debt. Yeah, right. And the inaugural ball of Harold Stason. In the eastern sky, Velveeta, beloved morning star of the elves and handmaid of the dawn, rose and greeted Noxzema, bringer of the flannel tongue, and, clanging on her golden garb, pale, bade him make ready the winged rickshaw of Novocaine, herald of the day. Oh my God. Thence came rosy-eyeballed Ovaltine, she of the fluffy mouth, and lightly kissed the land east of the seas. In other words, it was morning. No shit. The company rose, and after a hurried breakfast of yaws and goiters, Cellophane and Lavalier and their attendants led them through the wood to the banks of the great river Anison, where 3 small balsa rafts lay. "It is the sad hour of parting," said Lavalier solemnly. "But I have for each of you a small gift to remind me of your stay in Lorna Doone and the dark days to come." So saying, she produced a large chest and drew out a handful of wondrous things. "For arrowroot," she said, "crown jewels," and handed the surprised king a diamond-shaped pear and a pulver's egg the size of an emerald. "For Frito, a little magic." And the bogey found in his hand a marvelous crystal globe filled with floating snowflakes. She then gave each of the other members of the company something rich and strange. To Gimlet, a subscription to Elf Life. To Legolam, a mahjong set. To Moxie, a case of Cloverine brand salve. To Pepsi, a pair of salad forks. To Bromacil, a Schwinn bicycle. And to Spam, a can of insect repellent. The gifts were quickly stowed away in the little boats, along with certain other impediments needful for needful for a quest, including ropes, tins of Dinty-Moore beef stew, a lot of copra, magic cloaks that blended in with the background, either green grass, green trees, green rocks, or green sky, a copy of Jane's Dragons and the Basilisks of the World, a box of dog yummies, and a case of Polish water. Oh my God. Farewell, said Lavalier as the company crammed themselves into the boats. A great journey begins with a single step. No man is an island. The early bird gets the worm, said Cellophane. The rafts slipped out into the river, and Cellophane and Lavalier boarded a great boat-shaped swan and drifted a short distance beside them, and Lavalier sat in the prow and oh my God, now she's going to sing. An ancient elvish lament to the heartbreaking timbre of steel drums. I am not doing a Jamaican accent. Dago, Dago, lassie. Oh, none of this makes any fucking sense. No. All right, so she sings this dumbass song. And then something about, who is this? Oh, I think this is her. I think this is a translation. Oh, the leaves are falling. The flowers are wilting. And the rivers are all going Republican. Oh, Ramar, Ramar, ride quickly on your golden unicycle. And warn the nymphs and drag queens. Ah, who now shall gather leech nuts and make hoopla under the tapestry? None of this makes any sense. Who will trim my unicorns? See, even now the cow laughs. Alas, alas, we are the chorus, and we agree. We agree. We agree. All right, that's enough of that stupid shit. As the tiny boats passed round a bend in the river, Frida looked back in time to see that Lady Lavalier gracefully sticking her finger down her throat in the ancient elvish farewell. From the land of Bohemia. Bromacel looked ahead to where the meandering of the river had brought them face to face with the barely risen sun. The early bird gets hepatitis, he grunted, and fell asleep. Such was the enchantment of Lorna Doone, that although they had spent only a night in that magical land, it seemed like a week, and as they drifted down the river, Frito was filled with a vague fear that time was running out. He remembered Bromacil's ill-omened dream, and noticed for the first time that there was a large blotch of lamb's blood on the warrior's forehead, a large chalk X on his back, and a black spot the size of a doubloon on his cheek. Hey, the black spot. A huge and rather menacing vulture was sitting on his left shoulder, picking its teeth and singing an inane song about a grackle or a kraken. Not long after midday, the river began to become narrow and shallow, and before long the way was completely blocked by an enormous beaver dam, from which there emanated the grim slaps of beaver tails and the ominous whines of turbines. Gotta watch out for that beaver. I had thought the way to the Isle of Langerhans was, oh my God, the islets of Langerhans. So now we're into kidneys. Said Arrowroot. Now I see the servants of Sorehead are at work here. We can go no further along the river. The company paddled to the west bank and, drawing their boats onto the shore, ate a hurried meal of moon and sixpence. Yes, so the islets of Langerhans are apparently kidney-shaped. I fear these brutes may do us ill, said Bromosil, pointing to the looming concrete mass of the dam. As he spoke, a bulky figure waddled unsteadily across the stony shore. It was about 4 feet tall, very dark complexioned, with a tail like a plank stake, and a black beret, and wraparound dark glasses. Your servant, lisped the strange creature, bowing low. Arrowroot eyed the brute thoughtfully. And who might you be? He said at last, his hand falling to his sword hilt. An innocent traveler like yourselves, said the brown figure, slapping his tail for emphasis. My horse threw a shoe and my boat sank. I don't remember which. There's something wrong with this guy. Arrowroot sighed with relief. Well, you are welcome, he said. I had feared you might be evil. You think? The creature laughed indulgently, revealing a pair of front teeth the size of bathroom tiles. Hardly, he said, munching absently on a piece of driftwood. Then, with a great sneeze, his dark glasses fell to the ground. Legolas gasped. A black beaver, he cried, staggering back. At that moment there came a great crashing in the nearby woods, and a band of howling narcs and grunting beavers descended on the luckless party. Arrowroot leapt to his feet. Evinrude, he cried, and drawing the sword Corona, handed it hilt first to the nearest narc. This guy's always giving up. I think he must be French. Joiva halva! Oh, I'm not going to do anything, shouted Gimlet and dropped his adze. Unjutine, said Legolam, putting his hands on the keel. Ipso facto, growled Bromosil, and unbuckled his sword belt. Damn. Spam rushed over to Frito in the heat of the surrender and grasped him by the arm. I think we ran into the group of Vichy French. The chief narc grabbed Arrowroot by the lapel and shook him fiercely. Hi, where be the bogies? He screamed. Arrowroot turned to where Frito and Spam had been standing, and then to Moxie and Pepsi, who were hiding next to where Legolam and Gimlet were playing possum. You lie! You lie! Oh, you lie, you die. I had to squint my eyes so I couldn't see that part. I have to do my pirate. You lie, you die, said the nearest narc, and Arrowroot couldn't help but notice the tone of malice which had crept into his voice. He pointed to the bogies, and 2 narcs jumped forward and swept them up into their thighs. No, not into their thighs! And they disappeared in the folds. Oh my god! Oh my eyes, I'm getting tired. There's some fat fucking narcs. I gotta tell you. Oh my god. is centered. Oh. he sucked them right into their thighs. All right. Oh, my God. Oh, give me a second. My eyes are all jacked up again. Oh, man. Oh, my stomach hurts. Where was I? Something about thighs and disappearing. Oh, there we go. He pointed to the bogies, and the two narcs jumped forward and swept them up. Swept them up by their thighs as they had by way of arm. What? I'm done with that part. There's been some mistake, squealed Moxie. I haven't got it. You've got the wrong man, Pepsi shrieked. It's him, he said, pointing to Moxie. That's the one, cried Moxie, gesturing to Pepsi. I'd know him anywhere. 3'5", 82, tattoo on left arm of Redding Dragons, 2 counts of aiding and abetting known ring bearers. The chief narc laughed cruelly. I'd give you the rest of the count of 10 to run, he said, twirling a set of giant bolos with a threatening application of English. At that, Bromosil started to sprint, but catching his feet in his sword belt, he tripped and impaled himself on his own pointed shoes. Oh, doom! Oh, it comes true! He groaned. Oh, tell... The what? Oh, tell the Lace Dominicans. Where the hell did they come from? Who the hell are the Lace Dominicans? No, Jesus. To man the torpedoes! Then noiselessly shaking a large rattle, he expired. The narc shook his head. You don't need... Wait a minute. Yeah, he said, and led the narc band away into the surrounding forest with Moxie and Pepsi. Oh, this is so ridiculous. We're almost done. Hang in. Stay with me! Frito and Spam drifted silently across the river to the eastern bank and drew their small boat onto the shore, while unseen in the shadow of the dam. Oh. All right, I'm going to start that part over again. I missed my commas. Frito and Spam drifted silently across the river to the eastern bank and drew their small boat onto the shore. While unseen in the shadow of the dam, a small gray figure on a green and yellow spotted seahorse paddled warily along. Out of the bedpan, as the old fatlip would say, said Spam, and fishing their overnight bags out of the craft, set out with Frito along the rising gorge that led to the next chapter. And there, ladies and gentlemen, we will continue at another time. So, I give you all full marks for hanging in there through this painful experience. All right. So before we cut out, I'll go back through and look at our comments here. Oh my God, my eyes. Hold on just a second. Oh, they're still all jacked up. Oh. Well, at least I got to knock a lung and my sinuses loose tonight. Oh, Jesus. All right, where were we? Corey, okay. Well, that was a while since our last break. Okay. Laura Thomas. So I see the one back up there too. Yeah, that's Snort. Yeah. Usually Yamaha puts me to sleep, but I'm laughing my butt. Yeah, I know. Oh, this thing has been painful. Blazing Venus, same thing. As soon as he said Kaiser, I started hearing Kaiser. Yeah, I know, Sir Frank. Yeah. When I came across that Kaiser part,
I almost went to the German accent. But I didn't think it would fit in there anywhere. Although the parts about the ducks are the Nazis, or the swastikas. Oh, man. Oh, that was crazy. 4 hours, yeah. Yeah, so actually, we're over 4.5 hours. Yeah, wow. Okay. This one's going to be a hard edit. No, I was not. No, I'm not editing this one. This is just going to be a, hey, it's out there just like the other ones. I didn't want to do, Laura said that. This was not meant to be a recording. I didn't feel like doing that tonight because I know we have to finish that other ghost story, but I didn't really feel like going through and recording and editing and screwing all that. I just wanted to kind of read and just laugh, which I think we had a good time doing tonight. Yeah. So, all right. I came back for the climax. Yeah. Oh, man. Yeah, so the next one will be chapter 6. That we'll continue on from there. So, again, thank you all for being here. If you're just hanging out, you're new, whatever. Yeah, like, share, subscribe. Come back another time. We'll send out the notifications for that when we do. So I'll shut that story down. And I'm not sure. I'll have to see how tomorrow goes. If you guys want, we might do tomorrow. Let's see how it goes. I'm not sure. Let's see what I got up my sleeve for tomorrow. But we could potentially end up doing more reading tomorrow night. So yeah, thank you all for being here. I appreciate it. I'm glad you had fun. I do enjoy doing this for you guys. So what I will do is I'll go ahead and play that song. I've had some people want to listen to it again. And it's that song that Shizzy made for me. Kind of did around a little bit. I just threw it together real quick. I'll probably change the video around. But yeah, I'll go ahead and head you guys out with this outro. And other than that, I will probably see you around sometime tomorrow, if not before or when I do another story time. So, thank you, Laura and Gutters Pub and Sir Frank and D. Robertson and, of course, Iron Rabbit and everybody else, Blazing Venus, and everybody else who may be hanging around in the background. And, yeah. So, y'all have a good night, and I'm going to outro you to the little thing that Shizzy did for me, which is pretty cool. So I will see y'all later. Have a good night.
Bold and free, chasing Elmo with a stun gun sea, laughing loud through the stormy sea. My crazy friend, you'll always be. Yamaha rider, bold and free, chasing Elmo with a stun gun sea, laughing loud through the stormy sea. My crazy friend, you'll always be. Roaring engines on a moonlit night, dodging danger, hearts alight. From the shore to the stars, our flight with my biker friend in sight. Crazy Yamaha rider, saying stupid things with laughter in the air as our voices sing. All the tales we'll tell and the joy it brings, my friend, forever on freedom's wings. Through the waves and the wild we roam, this Yamaha biker finds a home, telling tales with a joyful moan, stupid shit and laugh alone. From sunrise bright to twilight's end, forever riding with my friend. Through the storms, our hearts they'll mend, together on this path we wend. Crazy Yamaha.